place: the land, the water, the sky, and all that live on, in, and above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this place and who continue to care for it. And we'd like to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take action towards real truth and reconciliation. Miigwech. I'd first of all like to apologize to everybody that I'm sharing this meeting remotely, but given the fact that I'm still recovering from COVID, I think it's probably best for everyone's health that I do so. And Councillor Bocek, I'm going to ask you, if you don't mind, because I believe you're in person in the office, to be on standby. If I suddenly disappear from the screen, if you can just be chair until I reappear, because I may be having a coughing fit or something, because they still happen now and then. And I appreciate that if necessary, you being the senior counselor in the room, so to speak, the physical room versus the virtual room. And with that, let's get to the agenda. And I believe we're gonna, first thing I have to do is ask us, anybody has any pecuniary interests or conflicts of interest or anything along that line they wish to declare. I'm not seeing any hands go up, and therefore we'll go on to the consent agenda. We have a fair number of items on our consent agenda, and I must ask if there's any items on that consent agenda that anyone would like to poll or discuss or ask questions about. And we'll start with Councillor Cooper, please.
Yes, I have a couple of things that I'd like to note. I realize that these are basically minutes, but from these meetings, there should be action. And in terms of some of the things that we see here, item E, special training. We had a very good session with the Rick O'Connor from Ottawa, and I think there's some opportunity for lessons learned. And I'm not seeing anything here. Where am I going to see anything? So I'm suggesting that we need to pull that and at least have a discussion as to what action plans, what changes in processes and practice and procedures, etc., will take place in the future. So that's number one. And number two, the short form strategic plan item, I think should be pulled as well. For example, while I see that it now incorporates more of the priorities that were put forth by council, I still don't see any public input. And I believe that the public should have some input in terms of our strat plan. So I'd like to pull that with the view that we need to get input. So there's two things that I would like to suggest. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Excuse me, Councillor Graziano, did I see your hand, or is your suggestions already been covered?
My suggestion was already brought forward by Councillor Cooper. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Way.
Just a technicality point, if we're just discussing the matters, but we're still adopting the resolution as presented, we don't necessarily need to pull them and then adopt them separately. We can have that conversation, and then if we're still just receiving the minutes, etc.
All right, well, let's try that. So I would ask on the first item, special counsel training, to perhaps our CAO or our clerk, whoever would like, to respond to if there are any plans from your perspective on follow-up to the training that took place on July 21st. Thank you.
Yeah, I can respond to that. Good morning, Mayor Coetzee and Council. Yeah, so what you'll see in the COW agenda is a report following on from the training session that we had with Mr. Rick O'Connor. It's a report on working groups. As you heard, Mr. Rick O'Connor was saying that there are some regulatory changes to committees that are not mandated by the province. So once we've had that discussion in terms of modifying the terms of the committees and calling them working groups, that will then be incorporated into the procedural bylaw, which will be updated and revised following our training that we had with Mr. Rick O'Connor. So it's coming. It's going to be next month.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you. I think that what Councillor Cooper has begun here is a very important step to reflect that there was an enormous amount of material covered, significant changes from past policies and practices. And I think at least the minutes should record that the essence of significant information and significant action items that are likely to follow, because I think what's been reported currently or recorded in the minutes doesn't leave us with a kind of an expectation of a forward action item that will likely come from it. And anybody reading the minutes in the future would just assume that it was training over and done and back to normal. Thank you.
Clerk Way, please.
Minutes are to be recorded without note or comment. There was no direction given to staff. There is no decisions made of council, which is why there's nothing captured in that. All of council has the training material. We can make that publicly available if necessary on our website and attach it to the agenda. But this is standard practice for how minutes are recorded. We have our work plans, we have the staff reports coming forward. All of our other previous training, I would argue, is just as valuable, and they were all captured in the same way. It's a standard practice across all of Ontario. So I don't think highlighting one training session as being more important or valuable negates the process.
Councillor Predko, at one point I thought I saw your hand. Did you intentionally take it down?
Yes, I did. I
Okay.
had a point on another item, but I don't think it's we need to discuss it. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Cooper.
Just to follow up with respect to sort of next steps as detailed by CAO Mariotti. Yes, it's going to be discussed in COW, but nothing will be sort of brought forward until council in September. Is that what I heard from you?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor Cooper. So the transition to the working groups, if we can agree to that tomorrow, then we can incorporate that, because that's pretty significant. So if we can agree to incorporate that as part of the procedure bylaw, and then it will roll into updating, staff will update the procedure bylaw and will come in front of council in September.
And if there's still some things missing, of course, we'd have the opportunity at that point to make additional changes, because yours truly will not, unfortunately, be available tomorrow afternoon. And I do have some specific comments on that one. So thank you.
All right.
But I did poll two.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, according to my notes, there's also the item F, this short form strategic plan form.
So my only point there is the same as the previous one, is that I'm assuming that, yes, this will be discussed, I think, in how, but still would need to come forward for any other modifications in September and approved by council. Is that correct, CAO Mariotti?
Well, council has already approved the strategic plan, including all the action items. So what was presented to council was a short form document to make it easier for council to share that with their, with the constituents and put it on our website. So the content of that short form strat plan was actually has already been adopted by council.
So where's the public input?
So this has been discussed from the very beginning of this version of the strat plan. And the request was that for, you know, for all of council as well to reach out to their constituents and see if there are any significant changes that they would like to have compared to the previous strat plan. As council will see, they're really, the current strat plan doesn't deviate very much from the previous one. So we're not aware of any you know, significant concerns with the current strat plan going forward, and certainly it's taking us, I'm not sure now, 4 months to implement this updated strat plan. So, but yes, council has approved the current strat plan.
Just in the interest of transparency, it's fine to have it floating out there for the public to make comment, but I don't think we went through any formal process, and I'm concerned about that.
Noted. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Worship. I'm going to echo Councillor Cooper, but for reasons outlined within our strategic plan, section 4.5, third bullet states that we want to be sending out surveys and capturing information pertaining to our constituents and what they want. And I don't feel that we've engaged our township ratepayers on this specific strat plan. I'm curious to know how our approved strat plan aligns to what our ratepayers want and what are concerns to them. And so I would echo Councillor Cooper's concerns specifically on section 4.5 of our strat plan, third bullet. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
So is this the time for us to discuss this, or are you going to pull it and have a broader discussion later?
If you, I'll tell you my response, and that is, I believe we've already discussed this. We've discussed this when we've been discussing our strategic plan work of the last half year. And this point has come up, and what I'd understood from council was a conclusion that we weren't going to go through the full depth, let me call it public process that we had in the past, because we felt, if my memory's serving, we had a number of councillors feel that they had heard from their constituents and that we were representing our constituents when we provided our input into the strat plan. If council as a whole wishes to initiate a significant review of the strat plan all over again with a significant public process, that's a whole separate discussion. And I don't believe that's on our agenda for today. Clerk Way.
Just from a process standpoint, this report is being presented by Ms. Schneier as a short form to provide council with a quick reference guide, so to speak, for the strat plan that was adopted in July. So there's nothing being changed from a decision standpoint or a direction standpoint with this report, which is why it's on the consent agenda, because it's being presented for information only. If the conversation is going to take place, so the discussion to council in which they're not happy with the strat plan that was previously approved by council a month ago, then we need a motion to reconsider on the table. That motion needs majority vote in order to pass, and then we can have a new vote on whether or not the strat plan that was adopted last month is in fact the strat plan that council wants to have. So at this point in time, the conversation is still just for council to be receiving this information.
So continuing on, if I may, we've heard that the strat plan is a living document that may need reviews, tweaks, etc. going forward. So if the formal process is we have to put a resolution on the table to reconsider the strat plan to make any changes, then I suggest we do that. I've already heard from 2 other councillors that a more public process would be useful. I would like to point out, though, a couple of things. In our previous strategic plan, the word transparency was key. It was our second bullet. The word transparency does not exist at all in the current strategic plan. In no shape or form does the word transparency show up. In our training we had with Rick O'Connor, he highlighted that transparency was a key tenet of an effective township working with residents in the community. I believe that with discussions with other councillors, they too are, I think, if I can speak on their behalf, a little shocked that the word transparency has now, for some reason, fallen out of this. And yet it is as I say, a key tenet for an effective township. So if opening this up to ensure that we understand that transparency is a key tenet, if that is required, then I would put a resolution on the table that we open this up for revisiting and get that key concept into the strategic plan, because strategically it is extremely important.
All right. I don't want us to go down a rabbit hole this morning of talking about our strategic plan all over again. However, I fully agree that our strategic plan as a starting point may need refinement as we go forward. And so I'm wondering if the most practical thing to do at this point is to leave the discussion at this stage. And if a councillor wants to introduce a topic for discussion at, say, next month's committee of the whole is one possibility, then I think, I think at any time, any councillor is free to suggest topics of discussion.
So if I may,
Councillor Cooper.
I'd be happy to see it go to Cal, but I think we shouldn't pass this by. Certainly there's with respect to transparency, but I would also point out that what I'm seeing in this document is not what we've been seeing for the last 6 months in terms of the priorities have clearly changed. And if the public had an opportunity to get mixed up about it, this would be one of them. The 5 or 6 priorities are not the same ones we saw 3, 4, 5 months ago. So I'm concerned that we're not telling a consistent story. And I think that also needs to be part of this discussion to make it very clear what it is, what the township considers and the council considers to be the top 5 or 6 priorities. So that would be my 2 cents. Thank you.
CEO Mariotti.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Coetzee. Just want to be clear that the short form version of the strat plan has been lifted verbatim from the council approved strategic plan. So there's been no staff modifications other than formatting. This whole process has been transparent to the point that we had not 1 but 2 meetings for the strat plan. One that was with staff. Council was concerned that there was too much influence from staff. There was a follow-up meeting with council. These are the words that council alone put together on the document. If the word transparency isn't there often enough, then we can definitely modify it, add that word a couple more times. But the results are the results from council. I just want to be clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. We received we passed a final last month, if memory correct, excuse me, if memory is correct. The concern that I have is that I don't feel I've had enough time to circulate this amongst my constituents, and I'd like to be able to do that. Now, if we as council are under the understanding that at any time this is a living document and we can make amendments, suffice it that we bring it back to council under a motion, then that's great. I do want to consult with my constituents. I do want to understand whether they feel our strat plan aligns to their needs, and I do want to make sure that their needs are included within our strategic plan going forward. So if we can afford some additional time, or if we can have a means in which to make amendments quickly, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Councillor Graziano, I'm a little bit surprised by your remarks in the sense that the as CAO Mariotti pointed out, council did approve the strat plan last month. It may or may not have been a unanimous vote, I don't recall, but nonetheless, council did approve it, which means we're just looking at a short form or a summary of what we did approve. That doesn't prevent council in the future discussing it and saying they want to make changes. Doesn't prevent council from gathering further input from their constituents. But I think we have to remember, we did approve this strat plan 1 month ago.
If I may, Your Worship, just on that point, we did. Yes, you're absolutely right. However, I personally am not going to share a document to constituents that are not at least been vetted by council in advance to review and ensure. And frankly, we have not had a live document to share, or at least I haven't. I haven't been issued a PDF or something, you know, that we can share with our constituents. So with that being said, again, I'm going to reiterate back, I think, you know, based on our own strat plan, specifically on section 4.5, we do want to be as inclusive as possible as a township. And that's part of our strategic plan. And that would entail including our constituents and our ratepayers in on this. I'd like to see them have some say, and I'd like to be able to have a mechanism in which we can amend this quickly without having to go to COW and then waiting an additional month thereafter to bring it to council. Thank you.
Ms. Schneier.
Good morning, Your Worship. Good morning, Council. I just want to chime in for a moment. With respect, as has been said a couple of times, this is verbatim what Council had approved in the July agenda. PDF was actually in the July agenda and could be shared with constituents if that was the wish of Council. There are a couple of modifications to this document only in the sense that we put apples on the tree because Council couldn't decide which priority was number 1 to 5. And in the larger document, we just had a little typo with respect to staff hours. There has been no other changes on the document. What is provided to you is hopefully a easier version in a PDF form for you to be able to share with your constituents and get feedback on, if you wish, for upcoming strategic plan exercises. But at the same time as Council approved the agenda last, we did start to include the information in our staff reports. We have aligned our work plans based on this document that you approved last month. And so, great, it's a living document, and we can certainly do some modifications if there are major issues that come forward that need to be addressed in strategic planning. But I would recommend that if that was the case, that it would be done in a committee of the whole session. One suggestion might be to take your short form document, which isn't as daunting as perhaps what we would need bureaucratically and at a council level, and share it with your constituents and get some feedback, and then share that feedback so that we can look at what we want to modify in a year. But as of right now, our work plans are set for 2023 and early 2024 on this. And so staff have spent a significant amount of time ensuring that the wishes of council are underway.
All right, thank you. Okay, Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, perhaps I have a different recollection of how things proceeded, but I'm tending to be in agreement with our mayor, our CAO, and Ms. Schneier over the fact that this has already been discussed significantly in a couple of sessions that we had. The short form document has been made available through Council Connect. So it's out there. I certainly haven't had much response to it. And I feel that we've already discussed this ad infinitum, and we should be moving on. If we need to make changes, it's already been commented, it is a living document, so there's something significant. Let's bring it forward and discuss it at that time.
Thank you. I'm going to propose at this stage, but given the way the discussion is going, that I'm going to read the original resolution for the consent agenda with item F pulled, and then I'll read a second resolution in regard to item F. So excuse me, the first motion is moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved, the council adopts the consent agenda of August 14th, 2023 as circulated with the exception of item F. Or is that suitable wording, Clerk Way?
Yes, your worship.
All those in favor? All right, so that means that the consent agenda is passed with the exception of item F. And now I have to find item F. And the resolution of item F is moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Prego. Be it resolved that the report regarding the short form of the strategy plan form for information, be it resolved that the report regarding the short form of the strategic plan be received for information. All those in favor? And that is carried 4-3, I believe. All right. Now, I'm going on to item. Oh, Clerk Wade, did anybody register for open forum?
No, your worship.
All right, thank you. Okay. So that means we're going on to adoption of a regular agenda. So I move by Councillor Predko, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that the council adopts the regular agenda of August 14th, 2023 as circulated, but with the addition of, there was one extra addition now, I think it's item 11. Is it 11D, Clerk Way?
11D, tracking the resolution tracker.
Okay. So with the addition of 11D, okay, tracker squared.
Your worship, sorry, there's a question about where 11D came from.
Okay, well, can you please then explain?
Thank you. I received a resolution this morning moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Cooper, regarding an update to the process of the resolution tracker that's circulated by staff.
All right. With that amendment, I'll have moved by Councillor Predko, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council adopts the regular agenda of August 14th, 2023 as circulated with the addition of item 11B, tracking resolution tracker. All those in favor? And I see enough hands to say that is carried. Okay. And now we have communications from mayor and council, and I will go in reverse order of last week. So Councillor Cooper, that means we will begin with you, please.
Thank you, Mayor. A busy month, but not so much in person, I'm afraid. A lot going on. I missed a lot of great cocktail parties in July, which is most disappointing. However, was there in spirit and certainly had a lot of communication back and forth. I'm not going to report on this today, but there's been quite a bit of sort of back and forth activity on the education center in Honey Harbour, and I'm hopeful that by the end of the month we will have a conceptual to see what the education center might look like in the future. And where we might get funding, those kinds of things. It's a preliminary, it's not a final sort of report, but preliminary because we do have some an opportunity to tell this story to those that might have the funds to do something. So that's my report for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Very cheered to hear that work is being done on that education center report, because I must admit that I'm getting keen on seeing the results of their work. Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Summers are not time off. So as one would expect, lots of communications with residents and others in the community. Specific events, as with the other councillors, I did attend the Rick O'Connor session and found that there were many potential action items coming out of that, which I thought that was actually one of the better, probably the best training that I've attended since my previous term of council and this term of council. Attended the Honey Harbour Association's AGM, and that was a good opportunity to not only meet a lot of residents, but also to participate in highlighting the floating cottage issue and have have petition signatures signed. So that was a very effective use of time, if you will. I also attended the Floating Cottage Strategy Group. As we all know, I think McMaster University is providing water testing in our township, and I seem to be suitably located where I can easily help out the staff who are working in the water testing. They're doing some near shore assessments of algae growth. And so that is something that I've been able to participate in addition to shuttling some of the staff around. So just trying to help out, have a very kind of a cost-effective program. But the more you get involved, I think the more you understand and the better it all is. Also had an opportunity to attend the Honey Harbour Association Regatta. And fortunately, in our case, our family didn't win, because if we won, we would have to run it next year. So there's always that fine line of compete and win all kinds of things, but don't win enough to win the whole family trophy. So you have to run it next year. Anyways, that was a month in review.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Quite a busy month for myself in Ward 3. I attended both the GPCA and the 6 Mile Lake Art on the Dock weekends, the latter being this weekend, the GPCA a few weekends ago. And Mother Nature seemed to have rained on both parades, which is unfortunate for ours, but both fantastic events. And it was great to see everyone contributing their work to the event. I also attended the Shrappo Golf Tournament, which was a fantastic event at Bonaire. Followed by being the only vegan on council, I was assigned to the 6 Mile Lake Cottages Association Regatta, handing out hot dogs for the masses as well. I missed, regrettably, the GPCA Family Fun Day this past weekend due to thunderstorms in the morning. And I also attended the library for a resume building seminar. And we'll be also attending this week for second part of 2 seminars. And that concludes my month in review.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yes, SEGBAY, Committee of Adjustment, Library Board, pleased to see at Committee of Adjustment significant number of applications coming forward, which leads me to believe that things are moving through our planning department at a good pace. And I think maybe a lot of people are a little happier to see things moving at that rate. I can't say I'm totally happy with some of the applications, but at least we're seeing them and they're getting moved through planning. I'll give you the library update, which is significant, so bear with me. It's great to see this institution, I guess, the way to put it, being so active within our community. To start with, They have been set up as a food cycler pickup location, and I gather they're already, well, according to this, 40 units have already been sent to the library for redistribution, which is great. Summer programming has continued and will continue through the end of August. Some of the special guests that have been noted here are Christopher the Magician, the Aspen Valley Wildlife Sanctuary, which would be an interesting one for me, OPP, Georgian Bay Fire and Emergency Services, and the Biosphere Reserve is going to be making presentations as well. Seasonal hours have been extended at all branches and will continue through Thanksgiving weekend. The Honey Harbor Sunday hours for July, August have been changed this year and been very well received. So there've been more people coming in to the computer access to the library, accessing computer Wi-Fi, and obviously in the summer reading program, which has been a good success. Susan McGibbon, who is the chair of the library board, has been appointed as a board of director of the Federation of Ontario Public Libraries and as a trustee of the Rural Caucus. A significant step on behalf of our library, becoming now more an integral part of that that organization will help the library generally all the way around. So basically advocating for increased funding from the province, which has been stagnant for quite a while. Then finally, we have a request, I think that all council has received, to participate in a survey for the strategic plan. And I think it's really important that all of us, whether we are active library users or not, participate in that survey. It will give the library a good indication of what's needed and what people expect, but also make sure your constituents get involved as well. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you. And just like everyone else, it's been another busy month with everybody up in the township for the summer months. I was able to participate in the flag raising, the Pride flag raising for Muskoka back in the end of July, and was very happy to lend support to that community. Been meeting with a number of residents on different various concerns, and one of them being noise and how our township supports the Quiet Lakes initiative, and our noise bylaws not aligned with that initiative. And perhaps there'll be some conversation happening in the coming months on that item. On Go Home Lake, I got to spend the day on large item collection drop-off day with the district's waste management people to help collect the items from the docks and lift things out of boats that the district staff didn't want to have to do. But it was a lot of fun, and I know that the community greatly appreciates this service. Everybody who was there echoed that. I think we had, before the rains started, I think that's a common theme this summer. Before the rain started, we had 100 residents out of 400 residents drop off things at the dock. One conversation, well, it'll be revised, come up in the agenda later on today. There's also a resident that's also looking at doing, having some sort of an education center on their property, and I think he's working with the planning department to look at some zoning changes. And hopefully we'll have more information on that, but that's another future opportunity for us to be championing environment and education on the environment. And last, with the food cyclers, I believe I was the first person in the township to buy a food cycler. I don't know that Ms. Schneier can confirm or deny, but I, within seconds of the email coming out that they were available, ordered one, and I got to say that it's great. It does actually do what it's advertised to do, and I've been trying to promote it to my residents and sharing it on social media, so we'll see how it goes, but hopefully that initiative sells out quickly, and it is a great help to people in our community.
Thank you. Councillor Wojcik, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Busy month in Ward 3 and at the District of Muskoka. I continue to work with Commissioner James Steele on solid waste issues, both at the Gibson site and here at the Severn Marina site. we've been working towards finding a new bin site or new solutions to the solid waste issue with the removal of the bins from Severn Marina. So it's in staff's hands, it's in the district's hands, and I will continue to support and relay the information from my constituents up to district, and hopefully we get a resolve there soon. I did attend the 6 Mile Lake golf tournament held at Bon Air Golf Course this year, and I happened to play with former Mayor Larry Braid and former District Councillor Paul Wienko. We didn't win. No fault of mine. Yeah. Had a great time up north of 6 Mile Lake. My wife and I had the opportunity to umpire a baseball game between Gibson Lake Cottage Association and the 6 Mile Lake folks. Fantastic day. I'm not much of an umpire. I could be bribed quite easily at first base. So we had a great day, and I got lots of coffee and donuts. Just go through my notes here. I visited all the construction sites in our ward, being that the province and the feds are taking on quite a bit of work on the Trent 7 waterway, and I've heard quite a bit about some traffic snarls and that. So we went up and visited the White Falls location and also the D Dam here, the little chute in Port Severn, and seems like things are progressing quite well there. Met with a constituent who has affordable housing units within our township. He's run into some issues with compliance. He's willing to come into compliance, but there's some zoning issues that have come above. So we'll be talking about that at council in the next couple months and try and help this resident get in compliance. Up at the district health services, I sit on that board, and there was a lot of talk this month of, and I represented our township to do with the ambulatory services. Right now, the county of Simcoe is only offering code 4 response to our township. And that is our fastest response time for an ambulance. If they have to come from Muskoka, it takes most times more than an hour to get here, where Simcoe County is here usually in 15 to 20 minutes, but they are no longer going to support anything but code 4 emergency calls coming out of Simcoe County. This creates an issue. And code 4 means extreme life-threatening emergencies only. Okay. So I went to the health services board and I spoke to Chief Jeff McWilliams and relayed the information that was given to me by our fire department. And they're certainly working towards making new plans and changing their plan. They are currently thinking about building a ambulatory building in Whites Falls here in Port Severn. After much discussion, we feel that maybe an ambulatory station right here at the township of Georgian Bay would be the best place. We have the room, we have the means to do it. So we're working towards that with the ambulatory services. Food bank, I had the pleasure of going out and buying school supplies, which I haven't done for almost 35 years for my own kids. So there's a program right now where you can pick up backpacks and school supplies and drop them off at the food bank to help out families in our area that can't afford all the necessary items to go back to school with. Did the flag raising for the Pride. Did miss the Pride Parade on 6 Mile Lake due to conflict. A whole lot more, but I won't take time because it's more constituent conversations. But busy month, and one thing about the food cyclers, I too did buy one. Great item. Have been promoting them. Don't put corn husks in your machine. 4 hours it took me to get the thing apart and clean it all out. Everything but corn husks, apparently. Yeah, it'll take the cobs, but it won't take the husks. Did you? Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. I also had a busy week, month. Lots of work on the floating homes issue, including correspondence with, I think I'm up to 40 odd mayors, actually presented to the Peterborough County Council, and am now organizing, trying to get together with other mayors at the AMO conference coming up in a week's time. This is an ongoing subject, and you know, in a nutshell, we need Transport Canada on side, and that has yet to be achieved. So that's the big target there. Also, a number of different discussions with the OPP, including the new detachment boards that are going to come into effect probably next year, and how that's all going to be structured. I heard about, you know, the rain and that, and, you know, unfortunately, the Pride Parade in 6 Mile Lake, which I've always enjoyed being part of, it got postponed for a day, and that got in conflict with an unfortunate, well, a palliative care visit that was planned, and you don't postpone those for obvious reasons. So I had to miss it this year. Also, active conversation on the solid waste issue, and had an opportunity to go up to the Pretty Channel Dam with a number of residents, so they showed me around and explained the whole situation, their perspective on that, and their challenges with Parks Canada. Also met with Parks Canada on that, and on floating cottages. Had a number of meetings with the Land Trust with regards to well, it'll be an item later in our on our agenda, I may not have got the first food cycler, because apparently Councillor Predko did, but I do know that I did order mine within the first hour or something of being aware of their possibility. And I think they're great items that were that I'm very glad that we as a township, in spite of the fact that solid waste is a district responsibility, that we in the township took the initiative. And I think this will provide great service for our residents. And I'm hoping that at some time in the near future, that Ms. Schneider will give us an update as, you know, what the order status, how many items have been ordered, and how many we're still waiting to get out there. Because I think anybody watching, I think this is a great way to reduce your garbage headaches. Ms. Schneider, you've come on screen. Does that mean you're able to answer my question?
Absolutely. It is a neck and neck between you and Councillor Predko as to who actually purchased the first one, but we're going to run the tape and get back to you. We have sold 145 food cyclers as of this morning.
Well, that's not enough. Come on, residents, you won't regret it. There, that's my sales pitch, because I certainly don't. It's a lot less smelly, a lot less heavy. It's great. Anyway, with that, I think let's get on to our CAO and his comments and communications before we get to our staff reports, please.
Well, thank you, Mayor Coutier. And yeah, it's been a busy month for staff as well, obviously supporting all of Council's initiatives. We've been working very hard and fast with the Georgian Bay Land Trust on trying to secure an agreement and funding for some conservation easements. So Council will see there's a report this month, but that's a huge potential win-win for everyone. Floating accommodations, you know, staff continues to be, you know, it's on the high priority list for staff, and they continue to engage with the local stakeholders and associations, as well as the provincial and federal governments. I believe the mayor has and other members of council have also experienced similar headwinds, but we're getting there. Food cyclers, that's been a huge you know, a huge kickoff. We're advertising as much as we can, so we ask the council you know, reach out to their constituents and connections as well. It's definitely a worthwhile piece of equipment to have for our ratepayers, especially out on the bay. Staff have started to have some additional meetings with Oak Bay, and we continue to have them. We're trying to help them navigate through the approvals process and to get the necessary approvals done in a timely manner, so that our ratepayers who have bought units in Oak Bay are not significantly affected. We also spent time, a lot of time actually, working on the staff work plans for the next 12 months. That's going to be discussed a little later on, but I wanted to mention it here that, you know, staff have done a remarkable job at putting together the document. It's a significant document that you'll have seen, and it is a new process for the township. So we're hoping that this will help drive some kind of positive change forward. And I'm going to move on to some planning stats that Mr. Smith gave me, which is quite it's quite interesting. You know, planning staff, although relatively new to Georgian Bay Township, they do have previous experience, but nonetheless, they've only been with us for just over 6 months, including Mr. Smith. But the stats here, when we look at the numbers, so compared to the whole of the last year, there were 22 consents that were processed. Up until the end of July, we're up to 28 already. There were 4 OPAs last year, and we're up to 5 already. There were 23 zoning bylaw amendments all of last year, and we're up to 14. There were 82 pre-application consultations for the whole of last year, and we're up to 65. And the whole of last year, there were 23 minor variances, and we're already up to 41. So that's a significant workload that staff has taken care of with minimal, you know, consulting assistance. So that's kudos to the planning department. Which brings me on a very sad note that Mr. Smith is going to be leaving us. He is going to go back home. Obviously his home is a good 2.5 hours away, and he's decided to move back home with his wife. So it's going to be a real shame for us, but he's done a fantastic job at training our 3 planners so far. And every cloud has a silver lining. We're in the advanced stages of the interview process for a director, and so I hope that in the next couple of weeks I'll have some positive announcement on that front. So that is it from staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO Mariotti. And I think there's an additional stat that was not in the planning, and I think it's extremely important, and that is time from when a resident comes forward and says, please help, how do I do this, to when it's actually in front of committee or council, where it was in the past something like 18 months. I think they got it now down to less than a handful of months. And that is huge. And I think many residents are very appreciative now that our service timeline is significantly shorter than it was this time last year. And kudos to the planning staff for that. All that work, and the fact that they've got us back much closer to where we want to be from a service level point of view for our residents. All right, if everybody's willing to keep on moving for a little bit, let's do a few staff reports. And according to my agenda, the first staff report is a work plan. And so do we start with this, CEO Mariotti, with you on this one?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Coetzee and Council. Not too much to add on top of what I've written in the staff report, really. As I've said, we put a lot of time and effort. We incorporated the action items from the strat plan into our work plan. As Council will recall, there was a draft work plan that was circulated in the first quarter of this year, and as you can see, it's quite hefty. This is obviously a living document. I mean, we do want to have some form of a strategy as to how we are going to carry out our activities for the coming 12 months. However, we do recognize that there are, some pivot points that will happen from time to time. So staff is proposing, the method that is outlined in the report, that if there's any new work that may require a certain workload from a department, staff asks that we can take that motion away, review it, and then come up with a response the following month. And if there's an impact on our work plan, then we'll share that with council, and then council can decide if they want to move things around, leave the status quo, or just move any new work to the back of the list. So as you can see, it's pretty full for the next 12 months.
That is quite an extensive work plan, CAO Mariotti, and I'm glad you're managing it. Not me. But with that, I'm going to ask council if they have any comments or questions. Councilor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Worship. Great report. 20 pages of suggestions and work plan forecasts. It was quite a lot, and I haven't even endeavored to break the ice on page 2 of the work plans. I did try to give it a review as quickly as I possibly could. Personally, I feel that there's 2 issues that I'm confronted with the recommendation right now to pass it. Not to say that we shouldn't be passing something in the future. I think that perhaps we should pause for a moment to have an opportunity to review what's being presented and proposed, specifically on those 20 pages, and maybe give guidance to staff on what our priorities are as staff has listed, or what they've listed within the proposed plan here. The other thing is that the concerns that I have is that our CAO's KPIs have yet to be confirmed, and I feel that perhaps we should confirm those first to again help identify how that's going to align to the work plan along with our priorities and that alignment. Secondly, I have a bit of concern with regards to statically defining a work plan, as it doesn't lend itself to be as agile as perhaps we need to be, given that we are constantly confronted with issues that may arise ad hoc by constituents and or priorities that shift. And so, you know, I understand that that CAO Mariotti mentioned that we can add to this. However, I believe that there's going to be trade-offs going forward, and I think that council should look deeply as to what our priorities are to ensure that those are statically defined, and then everything else could be identified as a possible trade-off going forward, and giving guidance to staff on what those may be. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Cooper, please.
I have to say, I couldn't say it any better than already has just been said. I think it's a very interesting report. We've virtually just seen it. And I think it would be wise for us to have council take a really long and serious look at this. It does embed a lot of activities for the entire year and on. So I suggest that we take a bit of a pause. And I'd also like to see a little bit more flexibility in the plan to allow new initiatives to come forward. In other words, maybe this plan needs to read in such a way that here are the number of hours that this plan takes up, and maybe 90% of it should be planned out, but 10% of it should have some flexibility. And maybe there's some things we need to pull in order to be able to do that. So I'd recommend that we give our council time to review this carefully and revisit this in a month's time. Thank you.
Councilor Hazelton, please.
Yeah, I won't repeat the last 2 comments, but I would concur with them. This was a very late delivery, and we really haven't had much of an opportunity to dive into it, given its length and importance. I would ask, I'd like to ask a question of our CAO. It would appear when we see in the recommendation that any new motion requiring additional staff resources be reviewed, blah, blah, blah. I'm kind of reading between the lines here and wondering, is this implying that with this work plan, staff are in a 100% workload state?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Hazelton. We are maxed out. We really are. If there are some motions that really do not require a lot of time and effort, we could probably fit that in. But you'll see from the time estimates from the various projects on to the right-hand side of the the document, that, you know, we do have a lot on our plate. So if there are significant pivot points, staff needs to go away and review, you know, how this may affect the work plan coming for the next 12 months.
Thank you for that answer. I'd like to make a comment, Mayor, please don't look at this as a negative comment. It is a constructive question comment. You often try to pigeonhole me as saying negative things, but we have seen this week that the standard practice and our procedure bylaw that says 5 business days prior to the meeting, we have the agenda. We had new agenda items creep into this agenda as the week progressed. I think there were 3 versions of the agenda that were published. This report, by the way, didn't come out, in my opinion, I think till Friday, maybe it was Thursday, but very, very late. And so my concern here is if we are struggling to get kind of the job done that our policies already provide guidance for, how is it that we're going to get the job done when we have a work plan that says we're 100% workload state and we're not getting the job done as it is today? So I'm confused, I'm concerned, and I think there's a lot to be considered here that is outside the scope of, you know, present a 20-page report and seek opinions on it within this particular council meeting.
Councillor Bocheck, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I did get a chance to dive into this deep on the weekend. One of the few things I did amount to get done. And I think it's a very well thought out plan. I don't know how you're going to commit to this without being whole staff wise. And you certainly are not whole staff wise at the current time. But I can see in the future, especially the next year, once you have the staff, this is obtainable. And once you do have staff, there may be room to work outside of this plan and take on a few new things. So I think this is something that's in motion. And this document, if we have a full complement of staff, I think is very achievable. And I think at that point in time, we'll be able to introduce some new things. But until we have staff, I don't see the possibility of adding anything to this. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, try not to repeat what Councillor Bocheck has just said. I'm just looking at the option 1 recommendation and finding myself in total agreement. I think that once I did read through this as well. I would like to read through it again, but I don't think we should be delaying, considering how far into 2023 we already are on this, and I think we got to keep moving ahead. I think I'm positive our staff, particularly our CAOs, given careful consideration to what our staffing situation is relative to what's required, and that's why this has come out the way it has. And I appreciate the work that's gone into it. I really do. I know that I would not want to be the one doing this, not by a long shot. And so I greatly appreciate it. It's a great report. Sure, there may be some things that maybe don't have in some of council's minds priority that they show on here, or something may come up at which time, as per the recommended motion, we will have a chance to discuss and decide how we will accommodate any changes to the work plan, and I don't see a problem with that. So I appreciate the work, and I'm happy with the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Pedco.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. My observations and thoughts on this are kind of a combination of what everybody has said. I think that it's an excellent opportunity for council to be able to review the ongoing efforts by the township staff, and perhaps when we're looking at this on a quarterly basis going forward, we could have an opportunity at COW rather than the council meeting. So there's a little more of an informal discussion on some of these items. And it is a lot to digest today. I mean, I have gone through it as well, but I don't feel that I've had enough time to, well, direction to know what it is that I'm being expected to come away with from this, and what feedback our staff and CAO is looking for in terms of my opinion that town suite integration for planning and other departments is more important than some of the other things that are on the list. And if something has to get bumped, how do we do that? So I think it's great to have this presented to us, but I think to know how we're going to use it going forward is the question that I really would need answered. But having said that, I don't feel uncomfortable approving what's on here today because you guys are already working on them anyway. It's not like we're telling you or you're telling us something that we're not haven't been made aware of through the year.
Thank you. I guess my attitude towards this is perhaps a little bit different than what I'm hearing from some people. And that's along the lines of, I don't want to be a micromanager. I don't want to tell somebody in operations which road they should do first and which road they should do second, or and I appreciate very much CEO Mariotta sharing this list with us, because it shows us all the things that various people have on their plate at this time. I would have been quite happy if the motion read receive report for information, because I think, I think we have to remember as a council, we hire one individual, namely a CAO, and we've approved a strategic plan that more or less has already set out what our goals and priorities are. Those will get modified, changed, redirected almost every council meeting, in the sense that we will pass resolution to every council saying, well, we want to add this to the list, or we want to redirect that, because all these things are all ongoing. But I don't want to spend my time going through 20 pages of work plans on a regular basis and trying to determine whether or not a particular job got done next month or not. I figure that's CEO Mariotti's job. And, I know there was some reference made to that we have not yet, given CEO Mariotti a more structured, key priorities or measuring sticks or whatever you want to call them, but that's in process. But I think we, in our conversations every month, give the staff through CEO Mariotti our direction. And I think that, we have to not get too caught up in I'll call it the 20 pages of details here, or who's executing them or how. But I also think that what's key in what's in front of us is that we have to understand that if we ask staff to do more work, one way or another, we have to recognize either that means we're spending more money because the additional staff or consultants, or whatever, have to be hired to get that work done, or something that's on their list is going to get postponed. I mean, those are our choices. And I think we have to be honest and recognize that whenever we're asking for something from staff, that there's a cost attached to it. Could be time, could be dollars, often both. And I think what this illustrates is how much staff is actually doing. I mean, many of the things that they're working on, we didn't give them specific direction. They, a lot of the work they have to do whether council meets or not. And it's a very impressive list. All right, Councilor Graziano, you want to start off a second round?
Thank you, Worship. I don't want to conflate the term micromanagement with a counselor's job to ensure that his constituents and their expectations are being pursued by council here today. And I think that based on what has been presented, again, not being able to go through it in its entirety just because of the 20 pages that have been provided, I don't feel that we would be micromanaging our staff by identifying priorities and identifying those that could be perhaps set aside in future if in the event that we wanted to add additional requirements to their workload. That to me is not micromanagement. Secondly, I don't personally feel that there's an issue with deferring for an additional month and allowing us as council to be able to digest something that has come out very recently, and perhaps some of us have had the opportunity to review, whereas others have been attending other constituent events and doing what is needed to ensure that there's council representation for these events. And so again, I'd like to reiterate my position, which is that I'd prefer a deferral of 1 month to have an opportunity to review this document in its entirety and then formulate my thoughts. And if staff so be inclined, maybe hear from us on our input with respect to what we identified within their list as core priorities, and perhaps identify them as static, whereas which ones we feel could be removed. And so I'd like to move from the floor, request to defer for a month. Thank you.
Ms. Way, can you advise me whether there's a formal way of responding to a movement from the such a motion from the floor?
Currently, Councillor Bocek and Councillor Graziano are the mover and seconder on this. So we'd be deferring. Deferral isn't a separate motion than the motion on the floor. Instead of it being carried, we want it to be deferred.
So it would be up to me to call a vote on deferral if depending upon what other comments I hear.
Correct. And
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that we didn't have to do any sort of sudden change in our procedure.
No.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and a lot of good comments about this. I think it is an interesting and a good plan. I'm not taking huge issue with that, but I think our role as councillors is to make sure that the work plan that's here, for example, seems to align with the strat plan. And how can you do that when you've had very little time to assess something like this? This is a big document with a lot of activity. And so I think it's we're pushing the limit a bit here, is my comment. I don't see it as micromanagement either. Our role as councillors is to make decisions, give direction, and staff are to execute. This is an execute plan, but it has to align with the direction that we've given, and we don't know that. I don't think we've been able to clearly assess that at this point in time. So to jam this through, I think would be unfortunate, and a month to digest and assess would be worthwhile. I think CAO Mariotti put it very well. He said we have a lot on our plate. The problem is this is a 7-course meal. Maybe it needs to be a 3-course meal. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me, Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I was quite happy with the read that I had on the report and read through the options, and myself are comfortable today, but it is apparent that other councillors haven't had the time or the ability to review the report in the manner that they wish to do. So as the seconder on this, I would yield to my fellow councillors who wish to take another month to review it. And so if it needs me to support the deferral, I would do that. To know that this report has been scrutinized to their satisfaction. I took it as a report. and just that. It was said to be a report. It was a report. I read it and I took it verbatim. But that doesn't mean that I have all the answers. So if other councillors would like a deferral, I would certainly, as a second, defer it. Thank you.
Thank you. CO Mariotti, a question, if I may. If we were to defer this versus pass it, would that change what staff does at all in the next month?
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. No, quite a few of those items are underway already. And so what this report, together with attachment, has done is it's basically incorporated the action items that council approved from the strat plan. So I'd probably say 70% of the work plan was already in council's hands a few months ago. And so what we've done is we've updated it with the strat plan action items. We've and we wanted to be, we wanted to show council just exactly what we're working on. The key thing, though, and which is why the resolution is written the way it is, and to Councillor Cooper's point about it being a 7-course meal, is that we do end up getting into a 7, 8, 9-course meal as council continues to add resolutions that may seem simple on the face of it, but are actually quite complicated when staff look into the resolution and work away at it. So it's more for council's awareness as to just how busy we are, and also if council has any more work that they would like staff to do, that staff simply wants to go away for a month, review it, and then come back to council to say, okay, these are our options for for taking care of certain resolutions that council has passed.
All right, thank you very much. Based on what I'm hearing and what I consider a very impressive report in front of us with a heck of a lot, 20 odd pages worth of detail, I'm going to call the vote, and I'm going to ask those in favor of deferral after I read the vote, just so everybody's prepared. So I moved by Councillor Vocek, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that council approves Georgian Bay Township work plan for the next 12 months, August 2023 through July 2024, and that any new motion requiring additional staff resources be reviewed against the approved work plan, and if necessary, the work plan be revised and presented to council prior to the adoption of the motion. All those in favor of deferral, please raise your hand. I have a majority of people in favor of deferral, so that is, got to take the right box here, deferred. Thank you very much. Wedding bells are ringing. Ms. Way, you want all of us to get married, or is that Ms. Levesque?
It's me this morning. So morning, Mayor and Council. As you guys are all aware that the township does not currently issue marriage licenses. And for us to be able to do that, we do have to apply to the Office of the Registrar General. Part of that application process requires the council of a municipality to pass a bylaw authorizing the issuance of marriage licenses. Once they approve our application, amended fees and charges bylaw will come back, which will outline the fees for those marriage licenses. This service will be beneficial to residents. It'll save them money, and it will be an additional revenue for the municipality. And I just wanted to note that if this does get approved, we'll be the first township in the district of Muskoka to offer this service. So that's kind of exciting. That's all I have.
And Ms. Levesque, if you could correct me on this or not, but if I understand it, cities and towns automatically have the right to issue licenses, but not townships in our province?
That's correct.
Okay, interesting. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Sydney. I'm all for saving our constituents money while bringing revenues into our coffers, thereby reducing our tax burden onto our ratepayers. if I may for a moment ask a question, if this gets passed today and we do, or we are approved to be able to provide that, does that mean that our township will be providing it once we receive that approval? Or will it come back to council to determine whether or not we want to provide that service? So are we determining today that we will in fact provide that service to our constituents, or will it come back to council afterwards?
Through your worship, what will come back to council is the fees. So that'll be the fees and charges. This is new for us, so we don't really know what the Office of the Registrar is going to provide us. This is authorizing the township to issue marriage licenses. So you're giving staff approval to go forward, complete the process, and giving us authority to start issuing those licenses. We can't until it's updated in our fees and charges bylaw, so you will approve that. I just don't know how long it's going to take because we've never done this process before.
And thank you for that. Second part to my question then is the only conflict I see here is a conflict directly with our approved strategic plan, specifically section 4.5. And perhaps maybe it's within the wording here where it says review appetite for marriage licenses, specifically under identify the experiences the public wants or needs depending on the service interaction. And so how are we reconciling this bullet within our strat plan specifically? Are we going out to our constituents to see whether or not they want the service, or are we not? Thank you.
I don't know if that point in the strat plan was more towards the solemnization of marriages, because that is something we are going to look forward, like we are going to do in the future, which will require a policy and review. The issuance of licenses, it's a very basic service. It's standard across all municipalities. And we have had a lot of input from residents, requesting this service, and we've had to turn them away and send them off to other municipalities.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Sydney, for this report. I think this is a really interesting opportunity, to say the least. And so more revenues. I take it you said we don't know the fee at the moment, but it would be up to us to set our fee, or is it the provincial government that tells us what the fee might be?
Through your worship to Councillor Cooper, it is up to the individual municipality to set that fee. So if you do look at the surrounding municipalities, the fees are kind of all over the place. For example, Tay Township charges one fee for the residents and an additional fee for non-residents. So that's something that when we're researching and evaluating, we'll look into if we're going to just charge one set fee for residents and non-residents, or if we'll do multiple fees.
So if I just may, Mayor, the other thing is, thank you for that. I guess we'll find out in due course, although given the statement that very few townships do this, and it's something that's allowed in the towns as of right, so to speak. We're in an area that is mostly townships, especially to the north. So I see people flocking from all over central Ontario to the township of Georgian Bay. Maybe next phase 2 will be a wedding venue. Think of the revenues that we could have there, especially if we put in a beach. So just some thoughts for us to consider in the future and build our business. There we go. Thank you.
All we need is a little chapel in the back with Elvis performing the ceremonies. Councillor Wojcik.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned, being a permanent resident in this township. 75% of our residents don't live here permanently and will get their marriage certificates from their home, wherever that may be. But for the local population here, we have to go to Victoria Harbour and pay twice the amount, which young couples starting off don't need to be hit with twice the amount to get a license to get married. So I think this is a no-brainer. People will come to the counter, they'll drop their cash, they'll pick up their certificate and walk away, and it's over. It's nice, simple, clean. I hope you achieve this, Sydney, and I support it 100%. Thank you.
If I may, Councillor Wojcik, I just want to comment that a fair number of our seasonal residents also get married here, I being an example, and would love to get the marriage certificate here versus going back to some other winter home for it. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. Great job, Sydney. I think it's a great idea. My only questions are around, expected volume of work, and would that impact the front counter's workload? And is there any other kind of accommodations that we'd need to make to our work plans?
I can answer that one. Actually, it is in our work plan. We heard comments from council a little while ago about expressing a want to be able to do this work for our residents, and so we did take that into account.
Thank you. Councilor Graziano, you had an additional comment?
Yeah, just one additional question if I can. Is this something we can delegate to the library as well? Can we have the library perhaps issue the licenses on our behalf in order to alleviate some of the pressure on the front line work staff? And I also very much support this. Thank you.
I was just gonna say, I know we referenced someone coming to the counter, but it's not the girls at the front necessarily. It would be Sydney and myself taking on this workload. Yeah.
The power of a clerk. Councilor Cooper.
I just wanted to reinforce your comments, Mayor. I was married in this township out in Georgian Bay on the Freddie Channel 49 years ago.
Congratulations.
And just think of the money we could have made in between if we had this ability. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just judging by the calendar, 5 days shy of 34 years. So I haven't quite got your track record. But yes, just I think it was a week ago, 2 weeks ago, attended a celebration of a marriage that took place here of people who are not year-round residents. So I think this could be, I think it's great. And so I'm going to rush to the resolution. And I have moved by Councillor Hazelton. Look at that big marriage smile on his face, and Councillor Vocek. Be it resolved that council directs staff to make an application to the officer of the Registrar General to have the clerk or designate be appointed as a person authorized to issue marriage licenses, and that the mayor and the clerk are authorized and directed to execute all such documents as may be necessary for the completion and implementation of the said appointment, and that the authorization to issue marriage licenses bylaw be brought forward for enactment. All those in favor? And I think we all have our wedding bells on. Thank you very much. Housing Accelerator Fund for Port Severn and Honey Harbour. Ms. Schneier, I believe that's your report, please.
Yes, it is, your worship. Thank you very much. This is a grant application through CMHC. It has a very quick and tight turnaround, and we are in the application process for 2 locations, one in Port Severn and the other in Delawana. The requirement does suggest that 10% of the potential housing project would be aligned for accelerated housing. And this is part of the Premier's plan for housing. I believe it's 2 million properties by 2030. So something like this would need to be in place by 2026. So it's a long-term vision. The good news about this application is that if we were to get it in the queue, that community capacity building is also part of this. That's kind of exciting when you think about things like fire halls and other community spaces, education spaces that could be included in the total funding package of this. When you're creating a sense of community, there are associated infrastructure needs. And so in both Port Severn and Honey Harbour, in particular Honey Harbour, there would be an opportunity to support this type of housing if we were successful. But the first thing is to get our name in the queue.
All right, thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, I certainly like the idea, and the concept makes a whole heck of a lot of sense. Jen, you've indicated that in Honey Harbour, the units that are being applied for currently would be on Dell property. Is that correct?
I don't know if I publicly indicated that.
Okay, that's fine. My expectation, I'm concerned, I guess, first off, how imminent would these, the issuance of permits or the application for permits be, once this fund is in place?
Thank you for the Thank you for the question. So that is part of the application. It's really quite interesting that one of the things that the Premier wants is for the municipalities to be able to respond to these types of application processes by removing the red tape associated to these types of permits. And so the municipality would be sort of in a pilot project to see whether or not we would be able to accelerate this through our building and planning process. So council will be heavily involved in the process of determining whether or not this funding is something that we can really dive into because of the associated bureaucratic.
Red tape.
Yeah. I hate that word because I'm a government employee, but you know, it would, the whole point of the accelerator funding is to accelerate the opportunity for housing to be built if a developer has an interest in it.
Your Mayor, if I could just follow up.
Please.
So while I'm not fully aware of what the capabilities are in Port Severn for this, so with there are significantly better, there's significantly better infrastructure in Port Severn to handle this type of application. I'm having trouble comprehending where in Honey Harbour we'd be able to put that number of units in place. And while I support certainly attainable housing, big time, I have no problem with that. And when we have facilities and places in and around our municipality where people are having trouble finding accommodation, particularly those in support services, I like the idea. I'm just very, very concerned, and I want to make sure that despite the fact that, yeah, red tape is an issue, certainly from the provincial standpoint, something I have trouble with to begin with, I think our planning process as it stands requires this fair bit of a number of hoops that people have to go through in order to build in and around Honey Harbour because of the nature of the land and the environment. And I want to be sure that if the application goes in, it doesn't short circuit our planning processes as they currently stand.
I think that through your worship, through your worship, I think that there is an opportunity for some acceleration, but I equally agree that especially with the strat plan moving forward as it is, the environment is a priority and council can make decisions along the way that best suit what the overall goal of the municipality is.
Thank you.
CEO Mariotti, did you want to comment before we move on with councillors?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Coetzee. I just wanted to add to Ms. Schneier's presentation that this, you know, if we're successful in this funding, there is additional work for staff, no doubt about it, even going through the application process itself. And so before going down this road, staff had reached out to a couple of potential affordable housing partners to see if there was a distinct appetite going down the road. And actually one of the partners actually came to staff to tell us that they could be interested in doing affordable housing. So that's why we're at the stage to say, you know what, let's go ahead and apply for this, knowing that hopefully it will not be a waste of time and effort on staff's part. So there's not really any detail at this point in terms of who the players might be, because you still have to go through, a significant process of maybe there's rezoning involved, maybe there are other, planning type applications that still needs to come to council in a public and transparent manner anyway. But we wanted staff to say to council that we have identified some clear options where there is definitely interest enough for us to start pursuing this work activity. And it ties in with, with our, with our strat plan.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, please.
And through you, your worship, my question for Ms. Schneier this morning is, we've identified Port Severn and Honey Harbour as 2 locations for this Accelerator fund, but we haven't mentioned anything about MacTier. What are the opportunities that we might be able to have for MacTier as well?
Through your worship, thank you for the question. There are not developers in MacTier that we are aware of that would be able to work with the numbers required to put in affordable housing. Equally, there is already affordable housing in MacTier, and so although I appreciate it's a priority for you, of course, Councillor, and for residents, we do need to consider the other 2 communities with respect to affordable housing where there just is not any.
And as a follow-up, if the community in MacTier were to be able to identify land and a potential developer, would they be able to work with the township to have an application in the future?
Absolutely. Councillor Predko, we would love that opportunity.
Thank you.
CEO Marriott, are you appearing again before I go to Councillor Graziano?
Yeah, my apologies, Mayor, because I just, again, I wanted to add to Councillor Predko's point about MacTier. Actually, MacTier was since I've been here was actually on the top of my radar and the mayor's radar as well, in terms of having a geographically central location that could serve, the township, the archipelago as well. So we've had discussions with the archipelago on affordable housing in the south, and also reaching out to Moose Deer Point and Wata First Nations. So actually, MacTier is a geographically very strategic location for us. And so if you're aware of any constituents who are able to drive this forward, then absolutely we want to add them to as a potential partner as part of this this funding application.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Worship. The term attainable housing is somewhat ambiguous, as we are led to believe that it's attainable, but in majority of the times it's really not still all that affordable. And so I'm curious to know, I have a couple of questions with regards to this. So Your Worship, if you can bear with me for a moment. Are the proposed units rentals or owned? Ms. Schneier?
They would be rentals.
Okay. And do we have a commitment from the developers who will own the rentals of what percentage of a subsidy will be provided to the rentee?
That would be legislated by the province.
I believe the minimum is 10%, and it's up to the owners of the units to go beyond 10%. Am I correct in that understanding?
No, it's not. It's not a percentage of anything. The 10% is the amount of allotted units in the total development. But the rent subsidy is determined by the province, and also the district sort of helps to manage that. The actual rental income, the developer would have to make a commitment for X number of years to provide that funding in order to get the $32,000 subsidy per door that they would be incentivized with this.
So the just to understand, then, if I can, the subsidy is $3,200 per person per year? Or?
No, $32,000 per door to build it. That's it.
Understood.
One
Understood.
time.
But the percentage that is reduced relative to the other rents around would be determined or prescribed by the province. Do we know what that number is? I believe I'm under the impression it's 10%.
Okay, no, there's no, like 10% of what? Like the 10% of the
10%
market
of
value?
going rates. That's correct, of market value.
The issue problem with that is that Toronto has a different rate than Muskoka has a different rate than, so those can only be determined once we determine what is going to be built. So a 1-bedroom would be different than a 2-bedroom, and we can't say 10% because, for example, there are people in this community that have a significantly higher subsidy for their rent based on dollars. So like a single bedroom unit can be rented for $1,200, but subsidized for $400 by the district. So the resident only pays $800, which is more than 10%. So try to, if it's okay, with absolute respect, of course, Councillor Graziano, take away the 10%. Don't worry about that. It would just be a commitment for market value based on our area of what the unit price would be for the person and what the subsidy would be. So the developer would never be able to go higher than X, and then the district would be able to subsidize if that resident is qualifies for that subsidy. So there's actually more to it than just a percentage.
The concern that I have here is that, and I'm going to use an example, if I may, as Oak Bay, perhaps as a better example. Rents in Oak Bay perhaps are in excess of $3,000 a month. We subsidize, or we have a certain percentage of properties within Oak Bay that are subsidized under the Attainable Housing Act. And at the end of the day, the rents that are under the attainable housing go from $3,000 to $2,800 as an example, and still are very much not attainable for low-income families. So the question that I had was more so around, do we have a commitment from the developer to go beyond what is prescribed and go in addition to that, or will this be truly attainable? The second point, if I can very quickly, is that we do, as Councillor Bocek has articulated this morning, have a property within Port Severn currently that is offering attainable housing to our residents, and I think that we need to very much pay close attention to that property as well and give them an opportunity to continue. Thank you.
Through your worship. Okay, so a couple of questions there. So let me see if I can get through the first one. So in Oak Bay, where you have towns and villas and single detached homes, each unit would have its own prescribed maximum that it would be allowed to be rented out in order to even qualify for any type of subsidy anywhere. So if somebody were to rent on the marketplace, they would be able to rent for a higher rent because they wouldn't be dealing with the whole program. But those that are involved in the program would be capped in terms of how much they're allowed to charge the rent, which would be significantly lower than $2,800. It would probably be about $1,700 for a townhouse. Like, it's significantly less. And then smaller for villas, and then single bedrooms as well. So the commitment from the developer would be a commitment from the province in order to promise or make an agreement that they would not increase their rent by the provincial prescribed amount based on our geographic area. So that would be a commitment that they would have to make with the province in order to get access to the incentive.
I understand, and thank you for the comments. The only, if we can, perhaps as a take home and maybe offline, if you can provide me with the reduction rates, whatever they may be, that'd be great. But from what I understand, at least in the city of Toronto, attainable housing has a minimum requirement, which is, I think, a percentage relative to current market rates, and it's not always attainable. And that's the concern that I have here, is that if we're going to make it attainable housing, we should very much make it attainable to low-income families. Thank you.
Through your worship, just to be clarified, there's different types of affordable, attainable, and geared to income housing. And so each of them have their own different criteria. When we look at what the potential rates would be in 2026, when potentially this will be built out, it would be very different than what they are today. But we can watch as the program grows to see how it unfolds. Does that answer your question? I don't want to mislead you in any way.
It does, and it's quite a complex issue. So, but thank you for trying to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. This has been a topic of great discussion at the CAPS committee at the District of Muskoka, especially this last month. And I can see this being a lot of work for our staff for very little return. I would suggest, and you can take this any way you want, but if we were to work with the district and let the district take the brunt of most of the work, I think there's an opportunity there that we could reach out to them, because they're very involved in this program, or they will become very involved in this program. Maybe we can hitchhike or tag onto their backs and relieve some of the work for our staff, because they're certainly going to have the staff and the departments able to submit applications. And perhaps if we can just prepare our application and then pass it off to them or whatever. But I think we should be in contact with the district of Muskoka and try and work collaboratively with them on this program to reduce staff hours devoted to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bocheck. So we have, through the Director of Planning, Manager of Planning, ex-Manager of Planning, who sits on a committee and has been on a committee from the district. The district is not applying for this fund. And it's discouraging, so we're going to give it a try. And Dave has confirmed that we would be eligible to apply for this funding because we do have delegated authority over our applications. That's right, Dave, right? Do you want to step? Yep. So because we have delegated authority, we are able to apply independent of the district. This is the second time that we've been faced with a situation where we've applied for something that would ultimately benefit the district. But if we don't apply, we don't get anything. So ultimately, it's the will of council as to whether or not you want to go for it or not. It is definitely a lot of work. One of the main reasons why the district isn't applying is because they don't have a valid action plan, and nor does the municipality in terms of how we are going to manage this or what it's going to look like in the years to come. But we do have two active developers that are interested in us. One came to us and asked us to get involved. So perhaps it's worth a try, but ultimately it's the will of council.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a bunch of questions if you could bear with me here. The first thing I'm not sure I understood. First of all, before I ask any questions, I think the idea of getting government funding to assist in attainable housing, affordable housing is awesome. So that's a kind of an opening position here, if you will. I don't know what your 32K per door means. Is that 32K per unit, 32K per bedroom? What does door mean?
Sorry, your worship, I was writing down your questions and going to go through them all at the end. Did you want me to answer as you go?
This is the first question, but yes.
So it's 32,000 per door incentive from the government to the developer for the entire unit that they build. If they build a townhouse, it's 32K. If they built a single bedroom, it's 32K. Whatever the door is, it's just the slang on it, the door per unit, whatever the unit size is, the developer will get 32K for the province.
Okay. That's helpful. So the next question is, I think you did clarify that that this 10% thing is 10% of the project is to be attainable units. Is that correct?
Okay, I'm just going to keep my video on. Yes.
Okay. So then I see in Honey Harbour, we have 40, which means the project is 400.
That's correct.
And is that 400 bedrooms or 400 units?
400 units.
400 units. Okay, so then the next question is the expectation that the developer is going to provide water and potable water and sewage for that project? Because I can't imagine any place you can build 400 units on septic in anywhere close to Honey Harbour.
I can't speak for the developer, but he's very aware of the septic. He or she is very aware of the septic needs.
Okay. You may have slipped earlier. You did say the Dell,
I don't want to publicly say that.
but you already did.
No, I didn't.
we
Councillor
could-
Jarvis did.
No, you can roll back the video, and you said that word earlier when you were talking. You probably.
But let's respect her wish that she regrets saying it if she did.
Okay, so so that then provides a little bit of focus. My question then really is, we've just seen at the provincial level a huge scandal with developers getting inside access to the Greenbelt. I'm wondering how transparent have we been with this potential opportunity to seek other strategies, multiple developer strategies? That's one question, and I'll ask another one here. Given that there is no water and sewer in Honey Harbour, but there is in Port Severn, I'm wondering why Honey Harbour is designated with 40 and Port Severn is 10, when water and sewer seems to be a fundamental building block, and we haven't seen any developers yet talk about building a massive water and sewer. And I would suggest that if any water and sewer project is built for any development in Honey Harbour, that it should be a township partnership as a minimum to satisfy the continual requests and demands by the community in Honey Harbour for municipal water and sewer. So you offer some comments on those?
Excuse me, Makutsi, I can probably chime in. I just want to bring council back up a few thousand feet, because we're starting to get into some kind of discussions that may not even happen. What staff is here, staff has identified a couple of options. The options may not go through depending on various technical issues, planning issues. There may be an option that comes up in MacTier. The point is that we have a deadline of Friday to apply for this potential funding. Staff feels that it's worth the extra effort to have this funding in our pockets to be able to facilitate affordable housing, attainable housing, whatever you want to call it. But we all feel that we need to help bring people here and allow them to contribute to the township. And this is just a means of financial aid that we can obtain from the government. If council is concerned that staff is not being transparent at this point, or that there are some other concerns, then I would suggest that we simply put this on ice and we can wait until another round of funding comes along. But I really think that continuing to discuss in details at this point is we are we're spending time that I don't think is needed right now.
So Mayor, if I could continue for a minute.
Go ahead.
I fully support the idea of getting funding. I would hope that we haven't already made commitments with developers on who we are going to work with, assuming we get the funding. And I think that we need to ensure that we have the big picture sorted out here. So it would be, I think it would be appropriate from a resolution standpoint that the second and third clauses in the recommendation be removed, that we find a way to get the funding, and then in a very open and transparent manner, we find the appropriate developers and locations, because in my opinion, there is no way that we should consider anything in Honey Harbour if we can't solve the water and sewer issue in Honey Harbour, which is paramount for that community. So, and that's much broader than simply attainable affordable housing, but it could be a trigger point to get us there, and that is something that we need to be considering. So I think that the recommendation as currently written implies lack of transparency, and I'm very concerned about that, especially given the provincial debacle we're observing in the media right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm going to be trying to be brief here, because when I read this, the red flag for me was water and sewer. And simply, we don't have water and sewer in Honey Harbour. 40 units, 400 units, 2 units, whatever, doesn't make any sense to me. It's illogical. So what developer is going to come in and build sustainable housing and provide water and sewer? I don't think so. And I don't see the district ponying up to pay for water and sewer in Honey Harbour. It was already rejected by the community of Honey Harbour many years ago for $25 million. This would be a $50 or $75 million project just for water and sewer alone. So unrealistic. Apply, for funding, but let's make sure we're telling having a very open story as to what we can and can't do. I think MacTier makes a lot more sense, frankly, than Honey Harbour. So that's one other quick thing for everybody. We've been away from Zoom meetings for a long time, and I'm delighted that we're able to attend today by Zoom. I'm certainly pleased to be here. It really helps. I notice around the table when the sound is poor, your microphone is not close to your mouth. And some of you are putting it close to your mouth and others aren't. So please try and speak into the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one point of clarification, if I could, from Ms. Schneier, and a couple of comments I'd like to make. Ms. Schneier, you make reference in the resolution to two specific potential projects, one in Honey Harbour, one in Port Severn. The application for this funding, do you have to specify such details in the application, or is it the township itself will be applying for, say, 50 units without giving them an address, if I can put it that way?
I do not think we need to have an address, but I do believe that we need to, have a very clear, make it very clear what areas of our communities we want to be involved. Based on Councillor Hazelton's comments with respect to transparency or lack of transparency, and based on what happened this weekend with the Premier with wetlands, it is my opinion that and my recommendation that we withdraw our application altogether for this. If there are concerns at that level with respect to us having had a conversation with developers beforehand without Councillor being aware, I don't want any part of that discussion. So I agree with Councillor with the CAO that we should ice it and hope that there is another round coming up. But as a note, this funding, when you get involved in creating a community capacity, as would be the case with attainable, affordable, geared to income housing in an accelerated manner, you do have access to funding for other community assets, which would benefit both communities. But it is now my opinion, based on specifically those comments, that we withdraw this. We don't apply right now.
I'm going to ask then CEO Mariotti and our clerk Way, does that mean we end this discussion and just withdraw this item?
Yes, that's correct. It sounds like there isn't, the appetite is not quite there. So, and also, staff is sharing some concerns based on some conversation this morning. So we'd like to withdraw it.
Okay. I'm going to take the liberty of making a couple of comments because every other councillor has already had the opportunity to make comments. One comment I heard that I found disappointing was that the district wasn't interested in making an application on behalf of residents in our township. I don't know what's behind that, but I think it's frustrating that a responsibility that belongs to the district, the township has to, again, step in and take care of our residents because district is not. That's my little editorial. I may have misunderstood the situation, but and having said that, I do think it's extremely important that we continue to consider opportunities for affordable rental properties in our township. I think there's a real need for it, and that I applaud staff for looking for these opportunities. But I also think we have to understand that when these opportunities come along, we're going to need a developer or a builder to be partners in that operation. And I think we also, with specific references to water and sewer and the like, no housing can be built without planning approvals. And planning approvals in this township don't get made without sewer and water being considered. I mean, that's just the way our system works. It has to be that way. And I would love an opportunity for us to better serve some of our existing and our future residents with safe water and sewage disposal. With that, the item's been withdrawn. It is now 11 o'clock. I'm going to suggest that we break for 10 minutes and come back at 11:10 when we will be discussing the Q2 budget versus actual report, the variance report. Thank you. Unfortunately, it's difficult for me being online to tell if people are back in their chairs. It's sad, Councillor Cooper, I don't have a gavel.
I can certainly hear you, so that's okay.
Oh, there we go.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Well, that's interesting because I was told my equipment isn't working, which it is.
I'm not going to touch that any further.
Well, yeah, you're talking about something else, but I'm talking about microphones.
No, I've had no difficulty hearing you.
Well, no, but I'm having difficulty with the odd person that doesn't speak into their microphone. That's all.
Okay. I'm seeing people's faces starting to appear. That's a good sign. All right. Let's get this back in action again. And I believe Ms. Anderson, you're going to tell us about our budget variances for the first half of this year, please. If you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Thank you. In Julie's absence, I will be presenting this report today. And it's about our Q2 variance report. So it's January 1st to June 30th of this year. Just some of the highlights, overall revenues, we've collected 82%. That could mean that we've either collected ahead of time or are 32% ahead of target. Some of the notes are, it's a combination of both. Some of the notes are included in the attachments. And expenses are at 41%, which is also great news, meaning that overall we have not spent what we've been expecting to spend. In some cases there are savings, but in other cases there are still expenses to come. Some savings or benefits that we've identified are contracting services overall are at 35% for the organization. Contracting services can mean anywhere from subcontractors to contracting. There's a wide variety of services that fall under that. And again, if you want more details, there are some in the attachment. And other revenues, mostly interest, we are at 191%. That for certain, I can say that is a benefit that I expect that number to keep growing over the year. And that is mostly due to estimation due to COVID. It was hard to predict where we would land this year and how the economy would go. And it's been good to us for interest. So that is some really good news. Some of the areas that I do find concerning are in fire department facilities and the utility costs. We are quite high compared to where we would want to be at this time of the year. Operations fleet maintenance is also quite high compared to prior years and where we'd want to be at this time of the year. Environmental department and operation facilities department are also very high. So in my recommendation, I've identified in more detail where those some of those items and where I think they should be taken from. Keep in mind, though, if at the end of the year we've managed to balance that budget and maybe keep the overall department budget within means, then we should be able to not pull from reserves. But we need some guidance from council at this point.
Oh, all right, thank you very much. And I see 3 councillors are willing to give you perhaps some guidance, starting with Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you. Thank you, Celine. I really appreciate this. I read the financial considerations and I agree with you on your concerns. I didn't go through the numbers, so I'm not very good at discerning. I just confused myself. So I'm going to ask you a quick question. You indicate your areas of concerns, then you indicate an estimated $400,000 in additional revenue by year end. I know these are estimates, so I have no problem with that. Do you think that with the estimated additional revenue, we'll still be in a good position by year end, despite those areas of concern you have noted?
Yes. So overall, even if we go to the highest part of where I would think that our deficits will be, we're looking at 250. So 345, I believe, a quick estimate of additional expenses, and our revenue are at 400. So yes, I do believe so.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you for that report, Celine. And yeah, it sounds sort of encouraging, although as you pointed out, there's some areas where we have some overages and we should be focused on those things. So I hope we find a way to bring some of those overages into line. It wouldn't be a bad thing to end up at the year end with a significant overage. Significant overage in revenues, I should say. So I'd be all for that. What is the environmental department?
So that is the food cycler program. Originally in the budget, we had budgeted as a nil expense or revenue to the department. So we had budgeted $150,000 in revenue and $150,000 in expense. But the council, recent council resolution was that the council would fund this expenditure by $75,000. So that is that overage is in that department.
So thank you for the clarification. I just wanted to be sure I understood that. We don't have a department manager then?
No, I don't believe so.
As well. Facetious.
I was also in the, I know that council passed a resolution to do this project, but in the resolution, there was also a lack of identifying where the expenses would be coming from. So where the impact to that budget would be. So that's also the reason for this resolution.
Okay, and finally, the road study, $35,000 to hire a consultant. Do we really need that? Do we not have that expertise ourselves or on council or in our neighborhood? Working group?
I'll leave that to Mr. Mariotti or Brad to answer.
I'll give it a shot. I believe this is one of the reports that's coming up. It's with respect to getting a better handle on where our roads are, but more importantly, are we putting enough money away for maintenance needs, for resurfacing, for reconstruction, and whether some of the roads are overserviced and we should be, or underserviced, and we should be resurfacing or putting asphalt on some gravel roads, or perhaps some of our hard surface roads are very lightly used, and when it comes time to resurface them, we should consider gravel.
Brad, thank you for that. I'm not against trying to understand what we have. In fact, I travel on a very short Georgian Bay road that has to be graded about every 2 weeks because it's just gravel and it ends up with huge potholes. So maybe it needs to be considered as one of those things, one of those roads that could use, more money spent on it in the short run, but in the longer run, not requiring the same maintenance. So I understand why it's here. I just wondered why we wouldn't understand what the needs were ourselves. In other words, you and others, as opposed to bringing in a consultant.
Through the mayor, one of the big pieces of information that we don't have is traffic counts, and getting the traffic counts on all of our roads requires a third party to perform that, to put out either radar or tubes to count the traffic. We don't have that ability in-house. We have one traffic counter, but you need about 5 days of traffic counts to do it, and our one counter won't do it. We attempted to borrow them or rent them, and they just weren't available. So that's part of the reason that we're recommending this.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, Ms. Anderson. We are concluding Q2 as per your report. And I'm curious, just overall, where do we stand? Are we in a deficit relative to our spending this quarter, by the end of this quarter, cumulatively, or are we currently in a surplus cumulatively relative to what we've budgeted overall?
Cumulatively, can't say that word this morning, sorry. Haven't had enough coffee. Cumulatively, we are in a surplus so far after Q2.
We're in a surplus.
Mhm.
Excellent. One of the core tenets of our strat plan is that we are fiscally prudent and responsible to our constituents. And with the approval of a 250K overage, roughly, including the proposal for a vehicle for the maintenance, what would that do to our surplus? Would that impact us at all, or would we still be in the black?
Well, I'm not so sure I understand your question fully. I know that the vehicle purchase is being taken from, or being recommended to be taken from the development charges. So I don't think that will impact this budget operationally and our tax base. And I'm not sure where the 200,000 you are referring to. I'm sorry.
There's an overage forecasted in the report. I believe 130 to 150K.
Oh, yes, right. So with that, so the report right now as we stand is cumulatively we are in a small surplus, even with those overages and the overage in revenue. So the additional revenue that we are seeing and predicting for the remainder of the year, with the predicted cost for the remainder of the year, we are still in a very good position. And I don't see anything as of today that would change that. But Q3, we may have some more updates in Q3.
Excellent, thank you.
All right, thanks very much. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through your worship, I'm pleased to see that we're in the position. I mean, we obviously have some large variances, but I'm pleased to see we're in the position we are so far this year, with being in a positive position. Two accounts that aren't mentioned in your report that I just have a couple of questions on, and whether or not that's just sort of timing on where we are in the year, and see if they're going to go back to the budgeted numbers at the end of the year. One is the development user fees and charges. I think right now that collection so far this year has almost been zero, and we had a couple $100,000 budgeted for that number. So is this something that is just not being collected, or is it something that will happen later on in the year for recording?
I am looking at the that budget right now as we speak. If you give me a second, I'll find the page exactly that you're referring to. So, yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, the pages just aren't numbered. Somebody was asking.
Oh, okay, sorry. On the PDF, I believe it's page 12, if anybody has the PDF open. So in planning revenues, user fees were estimated at 237,000, just rounding. And we've collected 135,000. So we're at about 57% on the planning revenue side.
Okay, so the place I'm looking at is on page 11, actually. And development
Yes.
services, building department revenues, user fees. I'm sorry. It's
Right,
building-
so that first line, that 207,000. So those are those user fees are not licensed, like they're not building users or building permits. Those are the fees at the end of the year we charge for any outstanding building permit that are 2 years and older. So that will be done in Q3.
Okay, and then I'm assuming something similar in finance under contracted services. We're well behind in how much money has been spent on contracted services. And I'm assuming this again is just because of the calendarization of the items in that budget line.
Exactly. So some of it audit is a Q4 expenditure. And I believe there was 2 other items in there. So that is on page 9. So there's the financial audit, which is in Q4, the facility audit, which we are somewhat in the middle of now or starting. So Q3, Q4, and our development charges, which will be mostly in Q4.
Okay, so and on these 2 items, you assume that we're going to be on budget by the end of the year for those 2 items?
Exactly. We haven't foreseen a change yet, but it is early.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for that. I think one area that I'd like to observe is that we know that we've been spending a lot less on planning consultants this year for, I'll call it day-to-day services than we did in the last couple of years, and providing better service to our customers, our residents. So in my mind, that is it's almost like a triple win, and I commend staff for achieving that for us. And thank you very much for this information. I don't believe we've been receiving these updates in the past as we go through the year. And I think this is good information to share with us as the year progresses, you're telling us how we're doing. And at this point, fiscally, we are doing reasonably well under the circumstances. So we should be pleased with that.
Yes.
I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that council receive the Q2 budget versus actual from January 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2023, or the variance report. And the council acknowledges the following variances. For fire department facility costs may go over budget by $20,000 due to utilities by year end. Operations fleet management maintenance may go over budget by $130,000 to $150,000 due to high maintenance costs by year end. Environmental department may be over budget by $75,000 due to council approved food cycler program. And that operations facilities are experiencing high costs due to maintenance and utilities and maybe see budget overages of $80,000 to $100,000 by year end. And the council authorizes these overages be taken from the general operating reserve if required at year end. All those in favor? And I'm seeing more than enough hands to say that is carried. Thank you. All right. Haskets Drive drainage update. Mr. Sokach, are you going to tell us a story about the water in Haskets Drive?
Thank you, Your Worship. Hopefully my story is more factual than the other. This is a follow-up of a previous report from last October, I believe, regarding the drainage concerns that some residents on Haskets Drive have. At the time, the township solicitor had suggested that this concern is best addressed through the Drainage Act, but council directed staff to try and work with the residents to work out a mutual approach to this. The ultimate solution to address this drainage problem is likely to cost on the order of a couple of $100,000. Staff met with the resident who's representing most of the concerned residents, and there's an interim solution that he has proposed, which staff are supportive of. It's basically an interim drain through the township property that would direct water into an existing ditch on the resident's property and ultimately discharge the water to 6 Mile Lake. It would take a couple of days to install this ditch and the rental of a piece of equipment. We don't expect that this first step will be a lot of work for the township. Prior to doing this, we do want to have a written agreement in place with the residents that are accepting the water to ensure that there aren't any, that everything is clear there, that all the expectations are properly being understood. But based on what council has directed staff to do, this seems like a reasonable interim solution. It doesn't ultimately address all of the residents' concerns, and they understand that. And they understand the costs that are involved to address them. And perhaps in the future, when the road is rebuilt or some other options come forward, we will be able to ultimately address their concerns. But we are recommending this on an interim basis. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Worship. Brad, a couple of questions, if I may. Do we know the amount of volume that that this drainage bypass would create towards the ditch and then into 6 Mile Lake?
Through the mayor, it has been quantified at some level by the previous study that was done by the consultant. I don't know the number off the top of my head.
Okay. Do we have or would it perhaps be prudent to do an EIS or conduct an EIS to determine the impacts that the runoff would have on 6 Mile Lake?
That's not something that's been considered. We're not increasing the flows to the lake. We're changing where they're flowing in. So right now there's kind of two channels that are directing water to the lake. We're funneling it all into one. And there will be some controls in place through a culvert, the setting of the elevation of a culvert to ensure that we're not increasing the flows, but we will just be directing them in the one place.
Okay. And aside from the interim measure, what is the cost to fix this issue properly, or what has been the forecasted cost to fix this properly?
I believe the forecast cost was on the order of, I think it was $150,000 to $200,000. I didn't look back at that number when I was putting this together, but it was in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. There is blasting involved to redirect the water, and there's a fair bit of ditching, and it's deep. The problem is there's bedrock, and we have to go down, I think, about 10 feet into the bedrock to get the water to flow out to the road and then ultimately from the road back into the lake.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wojcik, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Brad, for the report. We've been working on this for years, as you know. I trust that you and Mr. Santarelli have come to the agreement that this is the best way to execute it. My concern is that we all know property owners never own their properties forever. And if we're going to be doing some ditching and some diverting of water, is there a need, and maybe we should check with our legal department, is there a need for an easement for this drain to traverse over private property, being that it's a township project?
Through the mayor, whether it's through an easement or through a written agreement with them, we need something in place legally to discharge this water onto private property.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Thank you. Brad, in your report, you indicate that at the time of the running the report, you had not received a response from Tatham, but you were expecting a response by the time of this meeting. That's how I understand the comment. Have we heard from Tatham yet?
Through the mayor, we have not, which is probably, it's not on them. It's on me that I believe they contacted me late last week, and I had something else to do.
Okay, so it's likely imminent then.
Through the mayor, it is likely imminent, and the two steps are Tatham and the legal agreement, and then I think we're good to put it.
Thank you.
Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. I'm just wondering, we refer to this solution as an interim solution. How long do you think this solution will be in place, or is it will stay in place as long as it's practical and feasible?
Through the mayor, until there's an ultimate solution, this solution will stay in place. It's a funding matter. I don't know how to push it.
But I guess what I'm saying is we're referring to it as an interim. But it's not that it's not a solution that could exist for a long period of time. It's just the fact that you're still looking for the ultimate resolution of the problem.
Through the mayor, it could stay in place for a long period of time. We would periodically maintain, we'll have to maintain it periodically anyways. It could be there for 30 years. I'm sure the residents don't like hearing that. Mr. Santoro, I'm sure, is listening to this and will be cringing. But if we can't get to the ultimate solution before then, we will continue to have this working so that the concerns are at least in part addressed.
Okay, so it will be a continuing working solution, even though it's an interim solution. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Jarvis, you had an additional remark? Councilor
No,
Graziani?
I'm putting my hand down now.
Councilor Graziani, you had an additional remark?
I do, Your Worship. I have a couple additional questions, if I may ask Mr. Sokash here. Brad, what kind of delay would we be looking at if we conducted an EIS?
It's been a while since I've done an EIS, but I think they're typically 3 months. So we might be pushing the project into next year. And I know the residents would like to see it done this year, especially Mr. Santoro, who's bearing the brunt of some of the impact of this.
Understood. What cost would an EIS roughly cost us, out of curiosity?
It's been it's been a while, but I think we're on the order of $15,000. I'm looking at David, hoping he's given me yeah, it depends on exactly what's involved and what the area is, but I think that's a starting point.
And one further question, if I can, where in relation to the ditch that you're proposing to develop is Mr. Santoro's septic system?
Through the mayor, I believe his septic, which way? I believe his septic system, I know a septic system is to the south. It's a fair ways away, and the ditch that exists it is probably 8 feet deeper, lower than where his septic system would be. So there's quite a elevation difference.
Okay, so there would be no impact from
I
from
can't
water
imagine
drawing.
there being.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I think it's, I appreciate the between Mr. Sokash and Mr. Santoro and the neighbors and everything else, coming up with what a practical solution that might be able to address much of their challenges. And I think that's, I think it's very good to see when everybody's working together and quite willing to try something that they say could solve most of the problem at very reasonable cost. So I congratulate all on that. Moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Predko. Whereas the Township of Georgian Bay Solicitor recommended the complaint regarding the drainage in the vicinity of Haskins Drive be addressed through the Drainage Act. And whereas the Township of Georgian Bay Council has requested staff to revisit the matter with the representative of the affected property owners in an attempt to resolve the matter in a collegial manner. And whereas the representative of the property owners has recommended a relatively inexpensive interim solution, therefore be it resolved that staff proceed with the construction of a drainage ditch as described and subject to the conditions described in this report, including the execution of an agreement for the discharge of the water onto private property, and that the project be funded using funds from the road maintenance budget. All those in favor? And I see lots of hands. That is carried. Thank you. Recreation, Parks and Facilities Supervisor Truck, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is bringing back a report from the last council meeting where we proposed an electric vehicle. And council was concerned that it was the first iteration of the vehicle, the cost, and some other issues. So we took it back, we analyzed it, and the department's been of two minds on this truck from the start. On the one hand, we need a vehicle for the supervisor. We would like something that is efficient, that's meeting some of our environmental goals. On the other hand, and this is mostly from my staff standpoint, we're short a truck to pull trailers and we're constantly juggling trucks. So after looking at CO2 emissions from different vehicles, looking at our fleet, we've come back with a totally different recommendation, which is that we use the development charges money, which is money that's already been collected. It's in a reserve. It's not taxation money, to purchase a larger truck to address our deficiency in trailering and moving trailers. And for the supervisor, we have an existing Sierra 1500, a GM truck that I believe is 3 years old. It's in very good condition, that we would reassign from the Parks Department to the supervisor. And we would put the 350 that we're proposing into the Parks Department. I know this is a 180, but we're short a vehicle, and you could say I lost my argument. And I think it does make sense in that we're getting a fairly expensive vehicle without having to use taxpayers' money to get it. We're not necessarily hitting or addressing the environmental concerns, in that it does produce more greenhouse gases than something smaller like a Ford Ranger, a Ford Maverick, which is kind of the next vehicle we're looking at after the electric vehicle. But the Ford Maverick, it's a small vehicle. It's 2-wheel drive. You can't get them in 4-wheel drive. This is the hybrid I'm speaking to. It has a very limited towing capacity, and it's good for one person, for say a supervisor position, but it doesn't help with another problem that we have. And we could address two problems by getting the F-350, the two problems being the deficiency in towing and a vehicle for the supervisor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, just a really quick question. How available is the truck for purchase?
Through the mayor, the Ford trucks are available. We spoke to GM and we're told we're looking at about 2 years.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Brad, correct me if I'm wrong. A 350 is a 1 ton? Is it a full ton? Is that correct? Or
it's a big truck.
It is is it a dually?
It is not a dually.
Okay.
But it's lifted up high. It has a very stout suspension and it has a very good towing capacity. I want to say 9,000 pounds, somewhere in that area.
And what benefit, if I can ask, would this bring to the operations team? What type of towing would the parks team be doing? And do we need that capacity?
We have 2 large trailers right now that we move moors around with. We have 2 small backhoes that we move around on them. Not a big John Deere, but a small Kubota. Oh, actually the other one is a John Deere, but it's a small John Deere. And we only have 1 truck to tow with right now. So if we need equipment in 2 different locations, we're towing one, going back, picking up the other, taking it somewhere else. And we've got people waiting and we have vehicles on the road, moving equipment around instead of the people driving those pieces of equipment doing work. And it's not a once or twice a month issue. It's probably once or twice a week that we're running into this issue. And it was as much my staff as anyone that was pushing that they are not getting nearly as much done because they're waiting for equipment. They need the mowers in one place, first thing in the morning, run the mowers out, bring the truck back, hook up the next trailer, take the little Kubota wherever it needs to go. And it's just not an efficient way to do things. When we bought the Sierra several years ago, I think we should have looked at a large truck at that time, but we didn't. So now we have the opportunity to address this, and we're recommending that it be addressed.
And final question, if I may, are we looking at regular gas or diesel?
I think you asked gas or diesel. We're looking at gas.
A regular gas truck.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Brad, a quick question. Have you worked with other departments within the township? I know that our fire department has a vehicle that is going to be replaced. It's a pickup truck. I'm just wondering if that could be used instead of traded in. to save money, and I'm wondering if you've explored all possibilities to use any current assets that we have instead of purchasing a new one.
Through the mayor, we spoke to the fire department about grabbing that truck, but it looks like it's a year away from that being replaced. We spoke to the roads department. Okay, we looked at the roads department, whether there was a truck there we could move, but there's not one available. And it's the heavy truck. If we're looking at the heavy truck, that's what we need. We've already somewhat seconded the blue Cavaliers for moving staff around. But we need to move trailers, and that's where we're stuck.
And further to that, your 3,500 not being a dually has a 10.5 towing capacity through class 5. I'm just wondering if you've given consideration to, and I'm not sure, is your small float a gooseneck float?
Through the mayor, you mean like a fifth wheel?
Yeah.
No,
It's not, so there's no need to accessorize this truck and outfit it with a fifth wheel.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. Brad, just looking at your report, you've got the analysis table of vehicles that were considered for the supervisor vehicle, but the F-350 is not included on that list. I realize you made a decision not based on what you were going to buy the supervisor, but how would you compare the, mileage, the CO2 emissions, et cetera?
unfortunately, the NRCan site doesn't have the 350s or anything above a 150.
Because they're so efficient.
I believe that's the case, yes. Or maybe their table couldn't take that, those
Okay.
large numbers, but it won't be as efficient. We'll be
No,
looking
no,
at
I
probably
understand.
13 to, well,
Yeah.
over 20 when we're pulling the trailer.
I mean, so I guess the real question for me is, do we need the capacity, the towing capacity that the 350 is going to get you over the 150?
Through the mayor, we really do, and when we look at replacing the GM, the 1500, I think then we'll be looking very closely at something smaller. Maybe there'll be even a second iteration of electric trucks. But right now, the big deficiency is towing. I heard it loud and clear the last 2 weeks from my staff.
Thank you.
Councilor Graziano, you want to make an additional remark?
Just two additional questions, your worship, if I can. Brad, hypothetically speaking, if we were to pass this today, would this truck be able to be used for other departments if in the event that another department required the additional towing capacity?
Through the mayor, absolutely. We're happy to lend out our vehicles whenever needed. If you were looking at in the future transferring it to another department, that's unlikely to happen. We burn them out in 6 years.
Understood.
Hopefully the people on Gov Deals aren't listening to that.
And one final question, if I can. You identified a 0.75% increase in the tax for 2024, I believe. Can you elaborate on that?
Sure, it's not a set 0.75% increase in the tax rate. It's in the capital levy, which is a portion of the tax rate. So quick math in my head, what's that 0.2, 0.3% increase in the levy? Something like that. I think capital's about that percent. Yeah, guys.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think many people, including us as a township, are frustrated with that the electric vehicle development isn't quite to the plate quite yet at the spot where it can replace gas-powered vehicles. And so, but hopefully this is one of the last large gas burners that we have to purchase. Councilor Bochek, you just raised your hand.
Yes, unfortunately, I forgot to ask one question of our operations director, if you'll afford me the time to do that.
Go ahead, please.
Brad, was there any consideration, being that we're buying a 1-ton 4-wheel drive commercial truck, of outfitting it with a plow and harness and perhaps a sander, or is that something that you're not considering?
We're looking at that for next year. Putting it in, funding it through the DCs, I think is pushing that too far.
Okay.
But for next year, absolutely.
Okay, that's the right answer. Thank you.
All right. And I appreciate I'll call it the flexibility of Mr. Sokash and his group to take the problem and also look at it at a couple of different angles and come up with a different answer. I think that flexibility is important when we consider our options going forward on many topics. So I'm going to go to the motion, which is moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that staff proceed with the purchase of a Ford F-350 or equivalent, and the staff be authorized to deviate from the township's procurement policy and be authorized to purchase a truck after obtaining 3 quotes for the vehicle. And the council understands that annual capital cost for the future replacement of this new fleet is $80,000 and agrees to a tax increase in the capital levy in 2024 of 0.75% to start funding this annual capital cost. And the council authorizes the use of development charges for vehicle purchase. All those in favor? Seeing lots of hands. Mr. Sokash, I'm afraid you are truck shopping. That is carried.
Thank you, Your Worship.
And don't go anywhere, though. Don't go shopping quite yet, because you're going to talk to us about a road needs study before you go, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. This was briefly discussed earlier on a question from Councillor Cooper, and my first answer to him should have been that it is not being funded by taxation. It's being funded from the development charges reserve. It is identified in the previous development charges background study as a project to be included. It is already, the funds for it have already been collected through the development charges. So they are sitting in a reserve waiting to be expended. The development charges study is being updated in the near future. So if we have projects that are currently identified that can be funded from there, it is best to do it now so that that money has been pulled out prior to the next study being performed. That's a little bit of background.
Thank you.
Last year, the year before, we did a study by street scan, which looked at the road, just the hard surface road conditions. It was very good. I believe it cost $12,000 to $15,000. And one of the options was going ahead and doing that again to evaluate what we're going to do in the near future. But next year we have, I believe, over $1 million worth of resurfacing in the budget. And the cost of resurfacing has skyrocketed. It used to be 75 to 80,000 a kilometer to grind up a chip seal road, put down some gravel, and put on 2 layers of new chip seal. That's now around $140,000 a kilometer. And our asset management plan, while there are inflators in place, they're not to that extent. So keeping up with the resurfacing of our roads, I think we have to take a look at what should be hard surface and perhaps what should be gravel. There are probably some roads that are gravel right now that it would make more sense to hard surface them because of the amount of grading that they may need. There are other roads that are hard surfaced right now that have very low traffic counts. And perhaps it doesn't make as much sense to have them hard surfaced. So what we're proposing here is to hire a consultant to do this study. And we would, from my point of view, we'd get a couple of important things out of it that we wouldn't get just from a $15,000 street scan study. We'd get traffic counts, so we would know on each of our roads how much traffic we're getting on the roads. And I want to point out, when the traffic counts are done, I want to ensure they're done in the summer. So the likelihood of them being done late this summer, probably not there, but early next summer, when we have the visitors, the high cottage use, we don't, doing it in the winter isn't going to be reflective of reality at all. Further, while they will look at the condition of each of the roads and take a better look at drainage and the quality of the base than we would from a street scan study, they will also look at the condition of the road and the traffic counts and whether we should be looking at either converting to gravel or converting to a hard surface. And that, of course, no decision will be made by staff. We'll bring that back to council, so council can make that decision, but we'll have good information to understand the impacts of both sides. The cost of maintaining hard surface roads is just going up and up and up with oil prices and I don't know what else. But they're really skyrocketing and we're not setting aside the amount of money that we need right now to continue with this. So based on that, based on it being funded 100% from development charges, we're recommending that we go ahead and issue a request for proposal for this work. One of our neighbors recently issued one. It came in around $25,000. I've just asked for $35,000, so I don't have to come back if it comes in over $25,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go straight to Councillor Bocheck, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor. Brad, I didn't read the report. It was obviously missed. So I have a few questions that may be held in the report. One is this would not cover private roads or district roads. Can I just confirm that right away?
That is correct, through the mayor.
Okay, and the district would obviously take it upon themselves to conduct a study similar to this for district roads?
Through the mayor, yes, they do and they have. And they have the ability to do a lot of this in-house. And I was hoping if I begged enough, I could get them to do our roads as well, or a lot of our roads. Unfortunately, they don't have the capacity to do that.
You answered my third question, so I'll hand it over. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more hands, I have moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Bocheck. Be it resolved that staff issue an RFP for a road needs study with an approved budget of $35,000 and that the study be funded from the development charge reserve. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And now on to the Tickner subdivision preliminary engineering operation. Preliminary engineering. And that's the operations department as well.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council may recall this was discussed in camera, I believe, last meeting or the meeting before. It's a development where the developer appears to have just abandoned the project. This project dates back to the 1980s. We don't have nearly enough money in reserves or in securities to finish the development. We have had some preliminary discussions with the district regarding the project, and because we feel they should be contributing at least in part to this project, to cleaning it up. So they understood that, but before they take it to their senior managers or to council, I guess their council, their committees, they want to have an idea of the range of potential costs for construction of this development. So to that end, the township has gone ahead. We've tried to obtain 3 quotations from consultants to get us a preliminary estimate. It would give us a preliminary design, preliminary construction cost, and also look at some of the things that are potentially outstanding. Issues with the stormwater pond is probably the biggest one. Unfortunately, we were only able to get 2 quotations. The third engineering firm dropped out at the last minute, but I decided to bring this forward anyways. We're asking for $20,000 to award a contract to Tatham Engineering. The other engineering firm was about double that amount. The contract is being funded from the reserve, from the securities that we still are holding from the developer. While we have spent some on legal fees, we do have enough to cover these costs. After this work is done, we will have expended most of those securities. But at that time, we'll be able to go to the district, present them with the preliminary design, the problems, the range of costs, and have a more fulsome discussion with them, and hopefully move this forward with discussions on funding the project to complete it, as well as options on how to fund it.
All right, thank you. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Worship. Over the last month, I have had numerous conversations on this development with those that have purchased lots, and I understand that some fellow councillors have as well. And personally, I feel that we owe it to these people to move this forward. It's been stalled for quite a long time, and I support the request to ensure that we can kick this up and provide the district with what they require in order to determine perhaps a cost sharing model that will allow these people to finally move forward with their development and their purchases. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you. I have a question, Brad, if you wouldn't mind helping. You talk about completing the construction of the development. What does that mean?
Through the mayor, that is building the road correctly. That is addressing some drainage that is not being managed correctly. That is having utilities installed, which in this case is hydro. I don't know if bell lines are still run or not. It is completing the connection of the road to Honey Harbour Road. There's one connection now for Hillside. There should be another. There's another one required come out the other side of the development.
Thank
That's
you.
most of it.
One of the things we talked about in a previous council meeting was the fact that old subdivisions like this were based on old environmental standards, and I think there was a direction from council to ensure that things like this project would conform to current environmental constraints. I'm wondering, is that part of the ask of what Tatham would be providing as part of their recommendation?
Through the mayor, that is probably the biggest question I have for them. Biggest question that I believe needs to be addressed, and potentially that could be the largest cost.
Okay, and then I guess thirdly, I think I understand that most of the properties have been sold, privately owned.
Through the mayor, that's correct.
Would this not be the absolute best ideal location for affordable attainable housing funding from the government, like we were chatting about earlier? I mean, we have a subdivision that's not built. It's capable of municipal water and sewer. It's right by the highway. It's close to other services. Wouldn't this make sense?
Through the mayor, the lots are privately owned. I don't know that we could do that. It's not on municipal water and sewer. It's all private well and septic.
But hold on,
we did this
so you're not connecting it to municipal water and sewer?
through the mayor. No, it's approved on private services.
So given it's hard to believe that that would be a continuing state given the location. How does it how do we get it changed so it's connected? Because it doesn't make any sense for that location to be on individual septic and wells, given its proximity to the water and sewer in Port Severn.
Through the mayor, that's one of the design options that wouldn't take a lot of work to look at during the preliminary design to add water and sewer. The cost will be significant. But we can definitely look.
So I think that when we talk about significant, there needs to be a information provided ultimately to council for us to understand if there are significant dollars associated with things, but there are going to be significant dollars in septic and wells and everything else that people are going to have to invest in. I can't believe that a good outcome would be individual water and sewage septic systems. So if I could ask that Tatham help us understand what a good outcome would be as opposed to an old outcome based on the long history of when this thing started.
Through the mayor, I don't think that's an unreasonable request. I don't think it's a lot of work. Probably be answered in a bit of a different way, but I think that question could be answered.
Thank you. One final point. I know that you said these properties are individually owned. But I don't know if that precludes the opportunity of looking at it as a development that government funding could be secured for for each of those properties, perhaps not to be developed the way the owners thought they would be, but to be essentially pooled into a bundle of properties that could in fact then be candidates for some of the government funding we heard about earlier. Anyways, thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Excuse me, Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Brad. Thank you for that report and very good suggestions coming from Councillor Hazelton. I just, as I understand it, this development was approved not only by the Township of Georgian Bay, but by the District of Muskoka. Is that correct?
To the mayor, that is correct. I don't know.
So how are we specifically going to hold their feet to the fire? I mean, it's nice to be able to go back to them after we spend a ton of money, but doesn't mean they're going to belly up to the bar, so to speak. So I'm just curious, you could explain that to me. And is there anything that we can do from a committee standpoint? In other words, is this in front of the planning, what's it called, whatever it is, the planning committee, or is it in front of Public Works?
To the mayor, I don't believe it's in front of anybody at the district yet. Some of the questions you asked specifically with how to influence the district, I think needs to be discussed in camera and not in public.
Well, I agree, but I'm throwing it out there, and you have two councillors sitting right here on your screen that sit on one of those two committees. So let's see if we can turn up the Bunsen burners. Thank you.
Bunsen burners. Councillor Wojcik.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I live in this subdivision. I live in the first part, the Schedule A. And at the time of the development, when we purchased, we told the District of Muskoka, no, we don't want your chlorinated water. We don't want your sewer hookup. So we have 25 to 30 homes, all with independent wells, independent septic systems, and quite happy with it. And I believe the second stage of the development was going to continue along the same vein. Certainly put the burden of the cost to the property owner, not to the township or the District of Muskoka. In saying that, to Councillor Cooper's thoughts, no, Councillor Cooper, this has not come in front of the CAPS committee as of today. I don't think the district is really active on this at all, and they should be. The subdivision was approved by the District of Muskoka. And the lots were put for sale by the developer and sold independently, not as a subdivision, and with no forecast for any amenities or servicing. So I think what we have here is a case where we need to lobby to the district and let this fall in their hands. They made the commitments, and now they have to come forth with their side of the deal. So as much as I'd like to see these property owners get what they rightfully deserve, I don't believe there's more than 15, perhaps Councilor Graziano could help me on this, 15 or 20 lots in total, which wouldn't allow it to apply for a lot of the previously mentioned funding from the provincial government. But I would hate for this council to commit to anything to this project at this point in time before we find out from the district what they're going to do in this case, because I really do think the ball falls at their feet. And if we have to get involved, let's get involved, but let's start, and I certainly will start. I will light the Bunsen burner at the CAPS committee and see where we go from there. But I think our operations department needs to drag the district in a lot more than they are currently. Thank you.
CEO Mariotti.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. You know, staff have done a great job at reigniting that Bunsen burner, certainly with the district. You know, the good news is that they're fully aware of the concerns in that subdivision, And they are working with the township on trying to implement a systematic approach here as to how to resolve this issue. So what Mr. Sokash is presenting to council is the first step of quite a few steps down the road. But this gives us and the district a feel for what the costs and what the kind of jobs are required. And then at that point, we'll have further discussions with the district. And of course, the district will have to go back to committee, and hopefully committee will support at the district level, making things right for this subdivision.
Councillor Hazelton, you had an additional question?
I do. A couple questions, if I may. First of all, just confirm, perhaps if you could, Brad, I think you said that the money that would be spent is coming out of the deposits, securities or whatever from the developer. Is that true? So it's not costing us as a township anything?
Through the mayor, that is correct.
Okay. Second question I have is, this grossly predates me, so I really don't know what the history is, but I do remember driving by just past as you go kind of northwest from the 400 and seeing signs of 350 units. And I'm thinking, I'm now lost because you're talking about there's 15 units or whatever, but where's the 350 units? Isn't that in the same place?
Through the mayor, it is not. It's the property immediately to the east.
Okay, so there's no relationship between that and the Ticknor development?
Through the mayor, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Graziano?
Thank you, Worship. I am concerned that if we procrastinate on this, that it's just going to continue to perpetuate delays, thereby never resolving this issue. And I feel that, again, going back to my earlier statements, we need to purge these old files off of our open list. I understand that we have to do our due diligence. I understand that there's a lot of moving parts here. Staff seem to have a solid grasp of what they need to do in order to get us to the finish line. And I think this is a beginning step that we need to take. So again, I ask that council support this. Thank you.
Let me procrastinate no further. I have moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that a contract in the amount of $20,100 be awarded to the Tatham Engineering for the completion of a preliminary engineering design report and construction cost estimate, and that the work be funded from securities provided by the previous developer. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right. And now for our final staff report, I believe, we're going to Georgian Bay Land Trust report. Ms. Way.
Thank you, Your Worship. The Georgian Bay Land Trust has several acres of land, approximately 7,500 acres of land along the eastern shore of Georgian Bay and the North Channel that they are the stewards for in order to ensure preservation and protection of the lands for the world's largest freshwater archipelago and obviously the waterways in Georgian Bay. In continuing their effort, this organization has approached the township to have a series of our unopened road allowances to be designated conservation easements. This would ensure in perpetuity for, I think we're allowed to sign agreements for up to 999 years. The preservation protection of these unopened road allowances. So there's multiple steps involved in doing this. Part of it is having agreements. Part of it is having the funding, which the Georgian Bay Land Trust has been able to secure. However, they need us to have a letter of support in order to finalize that last step of them to obtain that funding. So staff have been working with them to set up the process. This wouldn't have out-of-pocket costs to the township, just staff time and resources, and any legal fees we would incur would be paid for by this funding. So at this time, staff is asking for support on this project and that we can move forward with supporting the Georgian Bay Land Trust and identifying the areas that the conservation easements would be designated upon for the township's unopened road allowances.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you. And perhaps you can, and through you, your worship, perhaps you can just confirm, I think we passed a motion to, we're gifting the shore road allowances, or we had a previous motion for that. Could you just refresh my memory?
Are you asking me or the clerk?
The clerk, I'm sorry, I was looking over at Karen.
I was to your side on my screen.
I believe there was a previous resolution that's a separate project. I can't, do you recall?
Okay, so it's a separate, or is it?
Okay, Sydney's gonna look it up right now. Is that helpful?
It is helpful. So I'm just wondering in terms of,
I think it was exactly 1 year ago.
Mhm.
so
They did come into a delegation in August of last year.
It was a request.
was a request? Okay, so in terms of the cost of the shore road allowance to the land trust, do we know, is there a financial, is this a revenue line for the township, or are we trying to remain?
So it's road allowances, not shore road allowances. None of these are on the shore directly. So they're all approximately 66 feet wide spaces that run throughout the township. This would be cost neutral for us. We're not looking to benefit from the lands.
And I think
Selling them, yeah, so there's kind of like two pieces to this. There is a way that you can sell the lands and they would then become the owner and stewards of the lands, or we can have conservation easements registered against them. And then that would give them the rights to be the stewards, but we would retain ownership. There's the Land Registry Office in Ontario is requiring at this point in time that we have a reference plan in order to register portions of those or all of them on title. And that would also need to be the case if we were to transfer the lands, which would basically mean that every unopened road allowance in the township would need to be surveyed for us to complete this, which is a huge undertaking and cost to the township. So right now we're kind of looking at what is the best approach for preservation, which is having a conservation easement agreement. And then if we can move forward with the pins, or if the Land Registry Office will permit us to register them without pins being provided, that would be helpful.
okay, thank you. And then I think if memory serves me correctly, the other motion was for the shore road allowance. If this is just the road allowance, it's a different issue.
Yeah, so the resolution, I'm literally just reading this out loud as we go here. Now therefore be it received that the Township of Georgian Bay shall work in partnership with the Georgian Bay Land Trust to develop and register a conservation easement agreement on road allowances in the interior of the township on those road allowances specified in the delegation by the Township of Georgian Bay Land Trust of August 8th, 2022, and on any other road allowances the township in its sole discretion decides.
Okay.
So that's the direction that was provided previously.
Thank you. So it's just consistent with today's motion. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Sorry, there I'm muted. Now you can hear me. And by the way, Karen, if you could put your mic a little closer, it'd be easier to hear you. It strikes me that I think this is a more recent iteration of what happened a year ago. It still relates to road allowances in an area of our shores of Georgian Bay and inland that are environmentally EPW lands owned by the province. So there's all the land in between the road allowances. We have the road allowance, is my understanding. Is that correct, Karen? And what they're trying to do is to make sure that those very, very sensitive areas could never be sort of impacted. Obviously, you couldn't do anything with the land that's there, but there's still the road allowance. So I think the concept was from the perspective of looking after an area that's, as I understand it, one of the sort of largest environmentally protected areas in Canada, maybe even in North America, with the largest variety of species just about anywhere. So it's a phenomenal area that obviously we'd like to protect. I think you can even picture it yourselves when you drive up Highway 400. You can look to the right and the left and see all these wonderful wetlands and so forth that are there. This is much of what we're talking about here, just making sure that this stays this way in perpetuity. I think that's Karen, have I got that correct? Is more or less what is being done here, and I would be delighted if that were to be the case, to make sure that we were able to do that. This is historically really significant, and I'd be very proud to support that. I've been a supporter of the land trust in the past. I'm no longer involved directly in any particular way, but I think it just makes a huge amount of sense. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, I applaud the whole concept here. I think it's a great idea. I'm curious to know how comprehensive, I guess, the coverage is with the allowances that we are conveying. Does that take into consideration all possible road allowances? I'm looking at the map, and I'm seeing a lot of, I guess, they're lot lines. And I'm wondering if there are is there any possibility of other easements not being incorporated into this that would come up in the future, or could be bought up in the future or developed in the future? I don't know who to address that to, but Karen can answer.
Through your worship, if I may, those are, well, yes, they're lot lines, but the road allowances run along the lot lines. So it's one and the same in this regard, that have been identified that don't have established roadways on them currently, and that are, for the most part, and this is where we're not 100% through the project yet, but for the most part, these abut other lands owned by the provincial government or crown land, which makes them in a position that they won't necessarily need to have any kind of thoroughway through them, and they're already abutting other land that's protected. It's within the biosphere, and it stops short a little bit because we don't want to infringe on any land that may or may not be in the future regarded as land being needed by the Moose Deer Point. So it stops a little short, but they will also be consulted before we move forward to ensure that none of their rights are infringed upon during these agreements.
And just to follow up to that, then I notice it's obviously some of these easements are in and around Go Home Lake. And none of these will impact current road access properties on the western side of Go Home Lake, correct? Okay.
That's correct, just so they can hear. Yeah.
Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ms. Wade, just to confirm, the areas on the map that are not highlighted, rather the surrounding areas around the highlighted sections, are already under the I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank here on the Georgian Bay Land Trust. Thank you. GBLT was the acronym I was looking for. Is that correct? So they're already been donated to the GBLT?
No, they have not been. They're still technically in our ownership.
Sorry, the highlighted sections are in our ownership. Is that correct?
Correct.
The areas surrounding those highlighted areas are under the GBLT's care currently. Is that not correct?
No, not necessarily. Like the green parts are some of the provincial land
Okay.
or other ownership, private ownership. They do own about 7,500 acres, but I don't have a map for that.
Sure,
at this point in
sure.
time. Yeah.
Fair enough. I don't disagree with Councillor Cooper's comments. I think that this is a great opportunity for us to further support the environment as well as the natural habitat. So thank you for answering.
Thank you. A couple additional comments, but I'm going to start it with just for an information item. That is that I, as of June 2022, am not an officer or a director of the Land Trust, which I had been for the decade up until that time. So just that I have no conflict to declare at this point. I just want to make sure that's understood. I think this is a very important project. I think what the Land Trust is trying to do, both in our township and eventually north of us, we're the first go at this, is to better secure all the lands that are basically, to be simple, between the 400 and the shoreline of Georgian Bay, where, you know, all our wildlife has free runs, where we have a lot of wetlands and what I like to think of as the big sponge that is the east coast of Georgian Bay. And I think this puts an extra layer of protection. The road allowances that we are considering do not cross existing roads, would not in any way interfere with any existing roads. But what they would do, and they're almost entirely surrounded by Crown land on either side, with one or two exceptions, such as conservation lands and things like that. So I think it's very important for this extra layer of protection there, because I think what we need to understand is Crown land is not protected land. Crown land is land owned by the province, which they can do anything they like. And it's only where they declare conservation, and that's got some light shading of green in some spots here on this map. They're saying, no, that's preserved. So I think this is very important. I think it's something that we as a township we're thinking generations ahead when we put this extra layer of protection on the lands that are now currently, for lack of a better word, currently still wild and in their natural state. It doesn't prevent the lands from being used by our First Nations neighbors with regards to, you know, hunting or trapping or things like that, or practices they've done in the past. It's not going to prevent existing walking trails or ATV trails that are going to go through, because they already exist. But I applaud this whole program. It's not it's not done yet. The lawyers are working on how we can best have this recorded in a satisfactory manner in Bracebridge. But I think it's important that we confirm for our sakes, the land trust's sake, but also for the federal government, who are the source of the funding to cover the costs of all this. They wanted us to demonstrate our commitment to this program, and that's the purpose of this resolution. Councillor Cooper.
Exceedingly well said, Mayor, and I just I don't see any particular number here, but I'm pretty confident that while the land trust has 7,500 acres under its stewardship at the moment, that number is going to leap by a lot in this particular case. Very exciting. Thank you.
I think it's terrific, and I'm just going to read the motion now, and I have it moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Council supports the Georgian Bay Land Trust's request for conservation easements across unopened municipal road allowances, and that the mayor be directed to send a letter of support to the Georgian Bay Land Trust for the conservation easement, and that staff be directed to finalize the terms of the conservation easement agreement with the Georgian Bay Land Trust, along with legal counsel, and that staff engage with the Indigenous community regarding the proposed conservation easements. And by the way, this has been ongoing for over a year now, just as a side reference. And that staff work to identify variances in the natural vegetation of the road allowances that would impact the conservation easement, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the necessary agreements for the conservation easements. I'm just going to add one extra remark before I call the vote, that about variance of natural vegetation. We believe there are 2 or 3 spots based on satellite shots where something has been built on these road allowances. So we're going to figure out what that is. And the suspicion is somebody has exceeded their backyard property line and put something on this road easement. So we're not going to go in and start destroying things. We just want to make sure they're duly noted. And with that, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. All right. New business. It's now 12:30. I'm going to sense, if this council is the council I know it is, that you want us to keep carrying on as opposed to having a lunch break, and we'll see how far we get with the rest of our items, because we may end up still having a lunch break, but I suggest we go for at least another half hour before we decide on lunch. All right, let's start new business. And Councillor Predko, Gibson Lake water levels, the new business item number 1 is for you, please.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. For those who may not be aware of Gibson Lake, it's one of our inland lakes that is not water, it doesn't have a level controlled by the MNRF. And its output, the Gibson River flows into the Musquash River and then into Georgian Bay, and the river joins the outflow from Go Home Lake as well. So in the 10-15 years ago, when they built the overpass over the Gibson River for the 4-lane Highway 400, they built the bridges and they removed a culvert, and they now just have a dugout ditch that is the outflow for the river. In the most recent years, Gibson Lake has been experiencing higher and higher water levels. It used to be, up in the spring with the freshet and then lowered through the summer, but in the past few years, it's been rising and not falling. So their estimates is that the lake is about 24 inches higher than it historically has been. And to date, no organization has taken responsibility for this. So I've been in contact with the MNRF and the OPG with regards to their damming of the watershed, and neither of them feel that they have any impact on it. Our township doesn't have any impact on it, and the residents believe that the MTO should take responsibility because they believe it's the debris that is rolling into the ditch that collects and causes the water level to rise. And I think there's a couple of pictures attached to show the difference in the water flow and the water levels over the last couple of years. So of importance, the residents not only are having their properties impacted by the water levels, their docks are floating. They have people with floating docks actually can't get to their docks because they're too far away from the shore. And I think for importance to the township that some of our roadways get flooded. And so they're impassable, which not only is inconvenience and a safety concern for the residents, but it's also a maintenance and infrastructure problem for the township. What I'm asking is that we approach the provincial government through our Minister of Provincial Parliament, Graydon Smith, to have staff at the provincial level investigate the source of the water levels increasing and coming up with a management plan that will assist in maintaining water levels for the future. And that's the
Okay,
basics.
thank you. All right, Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, thank you for the report. This is very interesting. So if I take the pictures correctly, we have a low water level picture and then a current water level picture. So water is currently draining out of the lake, but just not at the volume that's necessary to keep the levels where cottages are used to them.
That's correct.
So the idea is that debris has been collecting under the bridges and that is clogging things up. So there isn't the flow that should be.
And that's
Okay.
correct. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So the MNRF watershed management group has indicated there may be beaver dams interfering with some of the other minor outflows, but this is the major primary outflow. The only other observation that we've gotten from the MNRF is that the water levels coming through the Muskoka watershed this year have been so high that the control dam on Go Home Lake they haven't dammed it, they haven't put extra logs in it yet, so it's been a very high flow, and some of the water flow, from my experience, is actually going upriver, preventing the lake from properly draining because there's so much water collecting at the Go Home Lake juncture. So I believe that there's multiple issues, but the debris under the bridge is I think the major one. The residents took it upon themselves to have volunteers go under the highway bridge and try to remove stones, and they've reported that they've lowered the water levels to a certain degree, but I don't think that's a safe activity for our residents to be taking on their own.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Stephen, for that report. And I think this is an interesting initiative. Gibson Lake is in some ways similar to Georgian Bay in the sense that it's not controlled. Not telling you anything new, but I'm curious. I know in Georgian Bay we have somewhere between 120 and 150 years of historic information about water levels. And the history tells us that water goes up and water goes down according to weather. So yes, there can be individual control factors like you're talking about that there's maybe problematic, but there is also just weather. And I'm not talking about climate change. I'm talking about that in the case of Georgian Bay, we had a 20-year period where the water was a 14-year period where the water was very low. It was exceptional. Never had it been so low for so long. And many people built docks according to that water level. Guess what happened? The water came up just as it did in Gibson Lake. And so I'm saying there's a weather aspect to it as well, or suggesting that just in terms of the considerations for MNRF and for other government organizations to put that into the consideration. Thank you.
And I agree. I think the residents understand that as well, but I think trying to protect our township infrastructure as well is an important factor for us to consider, even though it may be weather related. I think if we understand if it's going to potentially get higher in the future, we may need to ask our director of operations to, sometime in the future, comment on what has to happen to make those roads passable.
All right. There's no question. Well, based on what I have seen on this report and numerous reports prior and comments from various residents, there's no question in my mind that the challenge for Gibson Lake is the amount of water that's allowed to flow through under the new 400, the twinning bridge, if I can call it that, or when they built these. And I also think that over the years, more and more debris and stones have slowly fallen into that passage underneath the bridges, and therefore less water can actually flow through it. It rings very similar to this Sinclair River challenge that they have around Detroit and Sarnia areas, where depending upon how the lake bottom goes and how much silt there is or not, water levels flow at a different volume. And I think that, I don't think it's coincidence that when some residents took it on their own to try to open it up a little bit, the water levels in Gibson Lake went down because more water was allowed to flow out. It's like a clogged drain. My concern with this motion in front of us is it's directing staff to work on this problem. And I think that we already know, to the best of my knowledge, what the problem is, who where it's being caused, and we more or less know what the resolution has to be, and that is that the river, I'll call it river, the channel, whatever you want to call it, flowing underneath those bridges have to be increased, which is not something that is a township responsibility. So I have the suggestion that the township contact the province. I have no issue with that whatsoever. We can, on behalf of residents, try to raise the elevation of, I don't know if that was a pun, of this situation. But my question to both Councillor Predko and to staff is, how much work is this actually going to require from staff? What is the expectation?
From my perspective, I thought that it was primarily a correspondence task in terms of documenting the issues to draft a letter. I didn't put a letter draft in my motion, and that was the task I was leaving for staff.
Okay. CEO Mariotti.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. This is kind of out of our wheelhouse. We don't mind at all drafting a letter to Minister Smith and as well as his staff. It would probably help if maybe there is a township resolution that could be attached to the letter, such that the minister is aware that this is not staff driven. It really is township wide driven. And
Okay.
then we attach that resolution to a letter asking them for some feedback as to what their what their responses might be to these water level issues.
So you do not have concerns with the resolution as it currently reads? Sorry, the motion.
I'll have to have a look at that again. Whether it would stand simply as an attachment to a letter, I'm going to defer to Clerk Way if it looks reasonable enough to just attach it to a letter.
Normally in this situation, we would just attach the resolution within the body of a letter. So there's no reason why we can't just take this resolution as is. And
Okay. I mean, I'm all in favor. Don't misunderstand me. I just wanted to make sure that it was understood that we're not expecting a lot of research activities on behalf of our staff.
I was not. I've talked to
Okay.
our Director of Operations a few times about this, so I think all the research that needs to be done has been done.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm. So I have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that staff be directed to document the issues of water levels on Gibson Lake and determine who is responsible for the water level situation on the lake. And that the township contact Braden Smith, Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry, to initiate an investigation to the source of increasing high water levels on Gibson Lake, and simultaneously contact Carolyn Mulrooney, Minister of Transportation, to determine what steps can be taken to remove or reduce the debris blocking the Gibson River. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Large item pickup 2024. Councillor Predko.
Yep. So just in summary, the large item pickup and drop off days, whichever you want to call it, depending on who you are extremely popular, and I believe also it goes hand in hand with the barging days as well that we have. I had the opportunity to spend the day at the dock when people were bringing things. We were also collecting bottles for donation for the Lions Club. And through the course of the day, there were many people who were trying to bring ATV, marine batteries, old tires, and other items that are considered hazardous materials. And they were obviously informed that they were not acceptable and they were sent back. The concern is that those items remain at somebody's cottage until they're able to decompose on the property, or they're disposed of improperly somewhere else. And secondly, the other item of concern, and not necessarily concern, but observation, is that a number of items for disposal are perfectly useful household items, whether they're tables and chairs, sofas, lamps, other household items, light fixtures, etc., that are just being discarded mainly because they're not fitting in with the decor. And there's the suggestion that Habitat for Humanity be invited to attend along the docks on those days and divert items from landfill and put them back into their stores for resale. Considering we're paying volume on these days, I think it would be one great means of not just saving costs, but also reducing the volume of items going into landfill. So I'm just making the proposal and the resolution that we ask Muskoka for the cost to have people who are qualified in handling hazardous materials for 2024 at these events, and as well asking them to invite Habitat for Humanity or another organization that recycles furniture to help redirect items from landfill.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. And I wonder whether or not I can request a friendly amendment to the mover and seconder. Given that we're going to be perhaps going to the proverbial well, that being the District of Muskoka, for some direction as well as for a request, I wonder whether or not we can also include on this and request that the district provide some dates for large item pickups for both Gloucester and 6 Mile Lake, as well as we have islands and islanders on both inland lakes that could benefit from large item pickups such as this. And I know that we did not have large item pickups this year. So perhaps district could also provide us with some insight to what dates would work either this year or for next. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would be fine with that amendment.
So that would be a further and that staff request the District of Muskoka assess the feasibility of providing large item pickups to Gloucester Pool and was it 6 Mile Lake?
That is correct, yes. That would include toxic items such as wastes, like gasolines and oils and so on, lubricants.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I just wanted to say that I'm certainly not against any increased services, but we need to remember that everything that we ask the district to do will be billed back to us. And our solid waste costs today are double what they are, for example, at Lake of Bays. So we are adding and continuing to add to the services that we're trying to provide our community. And we need to remember that. And I guess what I would suggest that all of these individual asks that have been coming in over the last couple of years be compiled and added to what is already a very high bill. And I'm not sure that we're looking at our solid waste in that way. I think we're sort of saying, you know, solid waste is a service from the district and it's lovely and let's just blast on. Well, we're increasing the bill a huge amount with each one of these additional services. We talked about maybe a depot in Port Severn. Lovely idea again. Every time we do something like this, though, it's going to add to our costs because a new depot will require staff, it'll require fencing and blah, blah, blah. I'm not telling anybody anything new here, but I don't think we can look at our solid waste and add in one thing at a time and not take a look at the whole picture. I caution on that front. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you. I mean, I think what's is important that excuse me for a minute. I'm going to try one more time, but maybe this time it'll work. I apologize. Is that I think we're asking district for costs. We're not, asking them to actually provide the service, but give us an estimate of costs. And then I think we can make that determination. Anybody else want to speak, please?
I think we've just had a 2024 budget meeting submission provided, or meeting request provided. Perhaps at that meeting request, we could have a review of the cost for solid waste management.
I might be back, I might not. Well, time will tell. Sorry about that. I knew that was going to happen at least once or twice during this meeting. Okay. So we're basically with this resolution asking, with this motion asking the district to consider options and get back to us on it, as opposed to making final decisions on whether we're going to exercise those options. So I think that, are there any other comments? All right, I have, yeah, well, actually, Clerk Wade, the final and that. Do we have a wording that you would like us to use?
I have that a request be sent to the District of Muskoka to assess the feasibility of providing large item pickup to Gloucester Pool and 6 Mile Lake.
Well, and I think what specifically mentioned was is also around the hazardous materials.
So providing large item pickup, including hazardous materials.
Yeah. And then we'll let district respond. Is I think how I read this or understand this. So I move by Councillor, or do we have to vote on the friendly amendment, or can I just throw it in?
You just read up your worship.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Predko, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that staff be directed to thank the District of Muskoka for continuing to provide large item drop-off days for water access properties, and their staff receive compliments for their helpfulness and professionalism. And that staff request that District Muskoka provide the cost to include hazardous material collection as part of these events in 2024. And the staff request that the District of Muskoka assess the feasibility of including organizations that resell or redistribute used furniture such as Restore to redirect usable items from these events in 2024 to decrease the volume of items going to the landfill. And that staff requests the District of Muskoka to assess the feasibility of providing the large item pickup and hazardous waste materials collection services to 6 Mile Lake and Gloucester Pool.
Question.
Yes, sir.
I hate to say it, but I right now, as it stands with our large item pickup, I don't believe we're taking in any hazardous waste at the moment. So, but the wording here is suggesting it's going to be everywhere. So we're not only adding Gloucester Pool and 6 Mile Lake, but we're adding hazardous waste everywhere.
But we would not, this resolution would not include the barge services, because that is being provided by the township, not the district.
Okay, so are we going to do that too?
That would be a separate discussion.
Of course. So we're laying the groundwork. I just want to make it clear. Thank you.
All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. I have enough hands to say that is carried.
Mayor, can I make a comment?
Yes, sir.
I just, it's probably a little bit repetitive here, but what we're seeing here is an excellent example of an appetite within our township for services that can't even be imagined by the district. And I think we need to continue down this path, being responsive to our residents and understanding what the needs are and not accepting the minimal services that we get from the district, and perhaps understand that there are perhaps other strategies for delivering a complete solution. And I think there's going to be a discussion of that at a later time, but I think it's important for us to all understand that this is, I think, a significant step forward in changing the model and considering doing things differently. And we need to embrace this and explore other avenues. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano, an active lifestyle community.
Thank you, Worship. Making sure that we stay active if possible. On May 8th, 2023, Council unanimously voted in favor of a feasibility study for the creation of active lanes, or activity lanes rather, on Hunting Harbour Road and Whites Falls Road. These lanes would ensure that safety of our users while participating in the activities that they're undergoing, such as cycling, rollerblading, jogging, etc., perhaps even walking their dogs. As we wait for district's report to be received, and in continuing with our commitment to support the environment vis-a-vis the removal or reduction of carbon emissions, our township and its councillors today have an opportunity to also support the health and safety of our community. And as such, I seek to ensure that any current or future municipal road scheduled to be either resurfaced or scheduled to be newly paved also be considered for activity lanes. My recommendation is requesting that we essentially allow through the consent agenda, or excuse me, request through the consent agenda rather, that our staff provide us a report outlining what is upcoming and due to be either repaved or newly paved, and whether they agree to include an activity lane or disagree with it, thereby allowing council or councillors to pull from the consent agenda and discuss it if in the event that they beg to differ or differ from staff's opinion on that. Any questions?
Councillor Bocheck.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, my question will be directed to our operations department. And before I do that, I'd just like to say I fully support this recommendation. And from all the calls I've received in the past 10 years from island residents on Georgian Bay asking for active bike lanes because they can't ride their bikes around their islands forever. They like to get off their islands and come to mainland and exercise. So I support this 100%. Brad, we have in the past, and when I say we, I have brought forth a motion to fund the Township of Georgian Bay's portion of active transportation lanes on district roads. Now that I'm at district council, I would like to further that and take something to the district and see if there is a funding formula to begin installing bike lanes on specific roads. I don't know if it's a question for Brad or if it's a question for our finance department, but I see Julie's not here. The funds that were allocated for active bike lanes some years ago have been rolled over year by year. And do we have an amount that would be sitting that I could take to the district and try and increase their contribution based on what we have to offer?
Through the mayor, there's an allowance in the development charges reserve fund specifically that has for active transportation lanes. It'll take me a bit to look it up, but it's in there. So I can provide it after this and you can take that to council. That'd be great.
Yeah, that would be fine. It's just if I have what we have accrued here at the township, so that I can leverage it up at the district and see if we can't get some motion happening on this, even previous to paving new roads. But I support this, and being a resident on the mainland, I know people from Oak Bay walk their bikes over to my street and bike up and down my street continuously because it's unsafe to bike on Honey Harbour Road. So let's see if we can get this in motion this term. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I've had comments from citizens who are very concerned as car drivers or truck drivers. The number of bikes, and this is on a district road, I know, on the Honey Harbour Road. I too have noticed significant increase over the years. And at some point in time, there's going to be an accident that is not going to be a pleasant one for us to have to deal with. And the sooner that something gets done to allow for traffic other than, cars and trucks on the Honey Harbour Road, not to mention all the others, the better. And yeah, this is a serious consideration because I think down the road, if something isn't done, then we'll have a situation on our hands that will be very unpleasant to deal with.
Any other comments? Councillor Wojcik, you've already made yours, haven't you?
I just noticed that there was no resolution attached to this new business item, and I think it should be an actionable item, and perhaps a resolution is required.
The motion reads identical to the recommendation on the report.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
And I'm going to ask staff, does this motion serve your purposes of, council, I think is saying is that any paving job in the future We want to know the cost with and without an active lane attached, so that we can make that decision. Councilor Jarvis, you want him also make an additional comment?
I just had one other question. Does the district collect development charges as well? And then would those development
Yes.
charges be applicable to any bike lanes or activity lanes on district roads?
Through the mayor, they do collect the development charges, but I'm not familiar with the background study, so I don't know if they're.
I don't believe they've made reference to those, but I could be wrong. All right, I'm not seeing anybody comment in any way, so I'm just going to read the motion. Moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Bocek, whereas the Township of Georgian Bay expresses its support for the installation of paved shoulders through a resolution. And whereas the installation of paved shoulders to promote active transportation on municipal roads that are scheduled to be newly paved or resurfaced is desirable to the Township of Georgian Bay. Now therefore be resolved that staff announce future road paving projects through a report to council, and the staff include within their report a resolution which supports or does not support the addition of paved shoulders to promote active transportation on any or all roads identified within. All those in favor? And that is carried. And now we have the additional item that was added, and that's D, and I had written down tracking resolutions tracker. I'm not sure I had the right wording for that, but Councillor Graziano, over to you.
Tracking the tracker, your worship, and thank you. It seems that I dream of efficiencies, and this morning at 6 a.m. opted to draft this, so I do apologize for the late addition to the new business agenda. On a monthly basis, council receives a resolution tracker, which offers us a glimpse into any all pending resolutions that have yet to be actioned on and or are in the process of being completed. This tracker is intended to ensure that resolutions do not fall through the cracks while keeping council members abreast to their status. As staff continues to strive to provide our ratepayers with an excellent client experience, part of this mandate includes enacting council resolutions in a timely manner. As such, it may be prudent to include the following information within the resolution tracker to ensure that staff and council have an understanding to the average length of time it takes for a resolution to be enacted. So the specific addition would be number of days open. Additionally, resolutions that have been passed and not fully enacted after 90 days or more could be brought back to council via a staff report, again, through the consent agenda with a summary to where the resolution is and how much additional time will be required to complete and close the matter. If it is required to be pulled and discussed further, council can do so. This is the suggestion that I've presented today, and it's at the will of council now. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff, any comments on this? I know you've also been probably caught off guard with this, and it didn't show up until this morning, but any comments or response to this before I turn it over to council?
Yeah, I can maybe provide some preliminary feedback. There is a date section on the council tracker. So when a resolution is passed, I think it's the first or second column where there's a date. And then at the end of the spreadsheet, there's kind of a where we're at. So I think in terms of timing, what we have right now is pretty reasonable. In terms of bringing back reports as to why we might be 90 days overdue on a certain resolution. Some resolutions can be figured out quickly, others may take more time. I think for staff to generate reports on each resolution that might be over 90 days is probably a little bit overkill. There's absolutely no harm in members of council asking for for an update with individual department heads as to where we're at with a certain resolution. But I'm obviously cognizant of generating work for work's sake.
All right, council, any comments?
Mayor, if I may.
Councilor Cooper?
Well, just I kind of like the suggestion, and It doesn't really sound like an awful lot of work anyway, because we already have the dates in the tracker. We just would be lagging when something's more than 90 days. So that would be an extra column on a spreadsheet, wouldn't it? Greg, over to you.
It would mean manually updating. Each staff member would have to, do the calcs and then update the number of days. I mean, if we want to get down to that level of detail, we can do that. It's kind of, it's the extra step of then producing the report once something is over 90 days as to why that went over 90 days. I'd like to think that there could be ongoing conversations in between council as if there are certain files that are of a particular importance to individual council that staff can give updates as to why maybe a resolution isn't closed out.
Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. First of all, it's a spreadsheet, so having a calculated column is probably a 5 or 10 minute exercise done once and never done again. So you'd have one more column in the spreadsheet. Secondly, I think we need to look into some of the data in the spreadsheet. If you try to do a sort by status, it doesn't sort by closed and open and things like that. There are things that must be misspelled, or somebody put some other item in there, but I've done the sort, and you get some things that are closed in the middle of open and other things. Anyways, just something to consider. But the point that I'm trying to get to here is, putting an extra column in the report is a no-brainer, 5 or 10 minutes at most. And I think council should be flagged on items that are 90 days or more. And if we haven't looked at it, then I think, given that we have directed staff to do something, I think 90 days is a reasonable time window from which we should get an additional update. And surely there shouldn't be that many of them that it wouldn't be that onerous.
Excuse me, Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. And thank you, Councillor Hazelton. I was also going to say that this is a spreadsheet that has a calculation function which can be easily applied, and the amount of days running would be reflected. The intent here is not to add additional burden to staff. We understand that staff is busy, but it is to keep council abreast to what is outstanding and where we are. I find myself when the tracker is released on a monthly basis, reviewing where things are and trying to find where things are and how long they've been, and manually, trying to populate that information myself, and trying to also understand why there have been delays. And yes, Greg, perhaps we could approach you and or the SMT team and request that information. But if I'm doing that as an individual and Councillor Hazelton is doing that unbeknownst to him that I've already done it, and Councillor Jarvis does that unbeknownst to him that the two others have done it, perhaps there's more time in having us individually come to you rather than just summarizing it in one report and allowing us to pull it through the consent agenda if in the event that we have any further questions. Is essentially a collective update, if you want to call it that, which may save staff time in the end. Again, it's not intended to create additional burden, just keeping council abreast of where things are in a cleaner fashion, and allowing us to perhaps have further discussions if things are taking longer than 90 days. Thank you.
I have not seen any further hands, so I think I'll just read the motion. Moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Whereas the Georgian Bay Township expresses its support for timely resolution and policy adoption, and whereas staff summarizes all pending open resolutions which have yet to be enacted through a monthly spreadsheet distributed to council. Now therefore be it resolved that staff track and include number of days open for each pending open resolution listed within the circulated monthly resolution tracker, And that staff return to council with a report on any all past resolutions, bylaw amendments that have exceeded 90 days open, offering further information to council on the status and estimated time to close. All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, we've we're well past 1 o'clock. What I see left here is a bylaw to pass and closed session. Do we have strength to go in the closed session, or does anybody want to break? I mean, or should we get rid of that bylaw, go to closed session, but not start it for 10 minutes?
I'll speak.
Councillor Bocek?
It's 1 o'clock and I'm hungry.
It's more effective when you have an echo. I'm hungry.
I'm with you there, Brian.
All right. You want to break for lunch and come back in half an hour?
Yeah.
Your worship,
Yes.
we have someone waiting for us in closed session. I'm wondering if we do the bylaw, go into close and break for lunch, so we can announce the time we're going into close.
Okay.
Probably do.
Yeah, I'm happy to do it in order that's most efficient. So that means the next motion, got to pull it back up here, sorry. I had to move. There was in our package a bylaw presented, and the motion I have is moved by Councillor Predko, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the council adopts bylaw 2023-079, authorization to issue marriage licenses. So this is what will be part of the application then, I presume. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And now you'd like the Councillor Bocek, I think this your mic is on your, oh, there we go. Somebody muted you. Okay. Are we ready to roll? I'm looking at all sorts of heads moving all different directions. I'm obviously missing some of the action going on behind the scenes, so to speak.
We are good to continue, your worship.
Okay, so the next thing you want me to do is read the going into closed motion.
Yes, but may I
Okay.
suggest like a 2 p.m. start for closed?
Moved by Councillor Cooper, second by Councillor Bocek, where section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 is amended, provides authority for councils of municipalities to close a meeting or parts of a meeting to the public if the subject matter pertains to a matter identified in section 239(2). And whereas the council of the township of Georgian Bay deems it necessary to close this portion of the meeting in order to address matters under following section 239(2). Special council closed minutes of July 7th, council closed minutes of July 10th, special council training minutes of July 21st, legal file listing. Now be it resolved that the council of the township of Georgian Bay moves into closed session of council at 1:13 p.m. All those in,
Your worship, could it be 2 p.m.?
you want me to do it that way, even though we're doing the motion at 1:13?
Yes.
Okay, at 2 p.m. All those in favor? All right, that is carried. So now we get to sign off, so to speak, and re-sign in at 2 o'clock with a separate link. Are you going to send that, or have you? I don't know, sure.
The separate link.
Okay.
For
See you
those-
all too. Are we missing a clerk?
No, I am here. It just won't let me into the meeting on my personal laptop for some reason. But I am in the room.
Okay. Because I heard, so seeing these conversations going on, I don't see you and I don't, can't hear a word, but which order? Do we rise out of closed, even though that's a later on resolution before we get to the other resolutions?
Correct. We would like to rise with 13F and then we'll go back to 13B.
Okay, moved by Councillor Bocheck, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay rise from closed session at 3:54 PM. All those in favor? And that is carried. And then we've done that. So moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved the council adopts the special council closed minutes of July 7th, 2023 as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved the council adopts the council closed minutes of July 10th, 2023 as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved the council adopts the special council training minutes of July 21st, 2023 as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried. And that is late. There were no others, so we're now out of closed. And now we're ready to shut down the meeting, Ms. Clerk. I'll take that complete silence as a yes. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved the council adopts the bylaw 2023-080 to confirm the proceedings of the August 14th, 2023 council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. Moved by Councillor Cooper, second by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved the council does now adjourn at 3:56 PM until September 11th, 2023 at 9 AM or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And that is carried. And we are adjourned to meet again tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock under the Planning Council title. We will see you at that time. Thank you.